Bill, they're staring at me. Am I supposed to do something? Okay.
Say hello.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's council meeting of Tuesday, June the 4th. Give me 1 second here. So the first thing that we do typically here is we start off our meetings by singing O Canada. And I know we've got a choir here. We just want to make sure both of the microphones are on.
They are.
They are on. Okay, the clerk confirms they're on. And I'm just going to introduce the Riverview Choir. And I assume that's the choir in blue? Good assumption? Okay, good. The Riverview Choir is made up of enthusiastic singers from Riverview School in Chippewa. Members are from grades 4 through 8. They enjoy performing for their school and in the community at events such as tonight. They're thrilled to be here this afternoon to sing the national anthem for City Council for tonight's council meeting. So without further ado, whenever you're ready.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Hold on, look this way for 1 second. I've never ever had a group sing O Canada facing the other way. So this was the first. But what I do want to say is thank you on behalf of City Council and all the residents that are watching you at home. By the way, today's Kojiko is taped. It's going to be played on Friday morning because tonight they're going live with the Welland Council. They went with a more important council, I guess. So on behalf of the city, we want to say thank you. You did a terrific job, and it takes a lot of courage to sing in front of a big group like this. So thank you very much. So please be seated. Bill.
It was just direction. There's nothing really to ratify the council. Yeah, I think we could just say that there will be working. There's nothing to ratify because there's just direction.
Okay. One thing, if I could ask tonight, our solicitor, what we'd like to do is, I know there's a number of people that are here in regard to the marijuana grow operation that's been proposed for outside in an agricultural area. We did have an in-camera meeting. In-camera is the meetings that we're not allowed to have out in the public when we discuss sensitive things. There was a direction given to our staff, and for those people that are here in this regard, whether you're in the room right now or you're out in the hallway listening on the monitor, I was just going to ask if our solicitor could just maybe give, without saying too much, he can give you enough comfort to know that you don't have to hang around today. There won't be any formal discussions on the matter, and council has dealt with it. So I can ask Mr. Linsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Without going outside the scope of the in-camera discussion, what I can advise of is that the application that I understand a number of you may be here about is not before council this evening. And will not be dealt with or addressed by council, and no decision will be made on it or any other debate on that. Is that sufficient, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I think that's great. Councillor Pietrangelo, did you want to add anything to that, or are you comfortable with that?
Ratification of in-camera?
There is nothing to, it's just been
Nothing to report.
no.
Okay.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Solicitor. Appreciate that. All right, so moving along. Council, I'm looking for a adoption of the council minutes from May the 14th. Moved by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you for that. Any disclosures of a pecuniary interest? Yes, Councillor Strange,
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Pietrangelo.
check number 426536 made out to myself.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo, and then Lococo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I have my school board, or my employer, Niagara Catholic District School Board, 00219-003 and 00216-003.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Check number 426668, May 8th, 2019, $1,449.87 payable to myself for registration for conference. And check 426321, April 25th, 2019, for $24,866.67 payable to Project Share. I sit on the board as a resident.
Thank you for that. Councillor Iononi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Check, I make it bigger. Check 42629 and check 426654, both for refund for conferences. And I just want it noted that Councillor Lococo and I booked together either on the phone, and so I have some of her expenses on mine, she has some of hers on mine, but it's cleared up with finance, just so I know it looks big.
No problem.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other disclosures? And I have a check made out to myself, check number 426225 in regard to travel. So thank you for that. We'll now move along to the mayor's announcements and remarks. Typically, those in attendance for the first time, it's usually the most popular part of the meeting when I talk about what we did. That's a joke. It's not. It used to be, yes. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. First off, unfortunately, we have some obituaries to report. Daniel Lodboa, father of Chris Lodboa, who's a volunteer firefighter at station number 4, passed away. Mark Simmonds, father-in-law of Teresa Simmonds, our communications officer, and David Harold Ross, brother of Phil Ross of our fire services. So our condolences go out to them and to their families. We have some announcements. Tonight, our CAO is not in attendance, in case you were wondering. Our CAO looked a little different tonight. This is Trent Dark, our Director of HR. Ken Todd, our CAO, and his wife are happy to welcome the new granddaughter, born today, Annie Catherine Farrell, born today weighing 8 pounds, 13 ounces. Mother Kelly and Father Mike are doing well, so congratulations to them. Happy anniversary. Tonight, I'd like to acknowledge Wayne Campbell. Wayne Campbell, our city councillor, and his wife Helga are now celebrating 50 years of marriage this week. Yeah. And Wayne, on behalf of City Council, this is a certificate that I'm going to give to Wayne on behalf of June 7th is the actual day, and we think there should be a special award given to his wife. But in the meantime, this will just be one for the two of them. So Wayne, on behalf of the city, City Council, we want to say congratulations on 50 years. And I guess the secret, he said they've never had one fight their entire marriage. Is that right? Yeah. They've had many, not one. So on behalf of the city, we want to say congratulations, Wayne. Any words of wisdom to all the people that are looking at your experience?
Well, the only thing I can say, and be honest, is I'm not the same person I was 50 years ago.
I'm not sure what to say, but we'll leave it.
And neither is my wife.
No.
And luckily, we've grown together.
And that's the key, right? You
Grow together. Yeah, lots of work. Chris, would you grab a picture?
Oh, here, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Also, belated congratulations to Mike Strange, Councillor Mike Strange, on his induction into the Canadian Boxing Hall of Fame back in May. Well done, Councillor Strange. Just a couple of introductions and updates for everybody here tonight. First off, there's been some changes with our senior staff, and it's now official, and the roles are official. Starting to my right, who was our acting clerk, is now officially our city clerk, Bill Matson. Congratulations, Bill. Next down the row, our finance director was the acting finance director, and of course, she's taken the reins and doing a great job. Of course, we've got Tiffany Clark as our director of finance. Also, he's not here right now, but he's the new director of building municipal enforcement services, and he's our chief building official, Sam Vallejo, and he's not here right now. So, Sam, congratulations to you. And last but not least, we've got a new face in the crowd. We're very, very lucky to have a new Municipal Works Director, Eric Nickel. And I'm going to say a few words about you, Eric, and ask you to stand so everyone can get a good look at you. So when you have complaints, don't call me about your roads. Call Eric. That's a joke. Of course you call me. Eric's an engineer, and he's worked with the City of Welland since 2008. So it was quite a coup that we were able to get him here in Niagara Falls, where he comes from his role as a general manager of infrastructure and development services. He was born in Niagara Falls, and he's lived in Niagara Falls most of his life. He's got 2 children. He's got a daughter, 11, and a son, 13. He enjoys camping, and he plans to camp this weekend, as a matter of fact. And I said, where are you going to camp? And he said, as far away from here as I can get. So, no, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. So, Eric, on behalf of the city, we're very happy to have you grabbing the reins of Municipal Works, and we look forward to him being here to help us through our massive growth. So, congratulations. Just a few more things here. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities Conference took place this past weekend in Quebec City. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Iannoni, Campbell, and Strange, as we were there with mayors, councillors, Reeves, and others across the country to discuss municipal issues. This takes place every year. Next year it's going to be in Toronto, and I know there was a lot of good takeaways, a lot of positive things that came from the conference. And one, of course, that you don't want to overlook is the networking that takes place, as you get to meet other councillors and you learn from them. So we welcome everybody back home, and I'm sure we're going to have lots to share.
And the 18 hours in the car.
Yes, Councillor Strange and I drove in the car together, and it was, he says every time he adds another hour for how long it took us to get there. So it was 9 hours there, 9 hours back, so it went by in a second. Well, okay, not exactly, but a couple of upcoming events. We want to remind the public, the Women's Place Book Riot, it's the Canada's biggest and it's the best used book sale. There's more than books, there's CDs, DVDs, games, puzzles, and more. It takes place June the 5th, that's this Wednesday, from 4 until 8 p.m. at the Gale Center, and all the money raised goes to support Women's Place. The Niagara Falls Comic-Con is going to take place this weekend at the Scotiabank Convention Center from June 7th through the 9th, and if you want tickets, you can go online to nfcomiccon.com for more information. And congratulations to Councillor Dabrowski for organizing this Comic-Con. Niagara for Niagara Mental Health, an event and fundraiser. There's an event taking place this weekend, Saturday, June the 9th, from 2 until 8 p.m. This is an event that's hosted by Wayne and Helga Campbell and a number of other supporters. All the proceeds from their event go to the Katie Marie Campbell Fund, their daughter. So there'll be live music, raffles, and draws. There'll be donations welcome at the door, and the event takes place at Taps Brewery on Queen Street. So again, that's this Saturday, June the 9th. This Sunday, June the 9th. I stand corrected. Sunday, June the 9th from 2 until 8 p.m. at Taps Brewery. All money to support Niagara for Niagara mental health event for the Katie Marie Campbell Fund. Thank you very much for that. And the last page, I want to thank Councillor Dabrowski for representing the city at the Niagara Industrial Association Showcase, the annual Qingming Festival, Goodwill Niagara's 25th anniversary flag raising, the Pride flag raising, the Fire Department Station 6 volunteer recruit graduation. I'd like to thank Councillor Strange for representing the city at the Ride of Silence bike event, and Councillor Pietrangelo for also representing the city at the Ride of Silence bike event, the Niagara Girls Minor Softball Association's 50th anniversary opening ceremonies, the Niagara Falls Soccer Club's 60th anniversary opening ceremony, the Sensi Deborah Toth Retirement Open House, and lastly, the certificate presentation for the Loretto Class of 1969 50th Anniversary Reunion. The next council meeting will take place Tuesday, June the 25th, and that concludes my announcements for tonight. So first up on the appointments and presentations is the MIAC committee. This is the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, and they're here to give us their year-end deputation. So the mic is all yours for our reps, and if you want to introduce yourselves for everybody.
Perfect. Thank you for having us here today. I am Daniel Krochuk,
And I'm Chantel Tran.
and we are the co-chairs of this year's Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. So we'd just like to thank everyone for having us here today so we can deputate all of the amazing things we've done this year.
So our mandate is to provide a voice for the youth of Niagara Falls while advising council on important issues concerning the city's younger population, as well as we encourage facilities and programs that will enhance the quality of life, health, and well-being of the youth in our community.
So the structure of our committee this year was that we have our main committee, which is governed by Chantel and I. We do a lot of events that are giving back and volunteering in that. And then we have our 3 subcommittees, which is the Youth Voice Subcommittee, which is very self-explanatory. They provide a voice for the youth in the community. The Giving Back Subcommittee, which is a lot of planning our events where we give back to the community, and the Just for Fun Subcommittee, which is a subcommittee that plans a lot of socialization events for youth in the community.
Looking at the main committee, in September we had our leadership training held at Brock University, and that was where our team first met one another, as well as it helped us enhance our leadership as well as our teamwork skills.
Next, we had the City of Niagara Falls Youth Volunteer of the Year Award ceremony. So the Niagara Falls MIAC is luckily able to decide on who the recipient is and give the award to the recipient. So this year's winner was Brendan Lefrancois, and we are thankful to congratulate him on that this year.
The Jim Mitchinson Scholarship is an annual scholarship presented by the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. Last year, Nandana Parak was the 2018 scholarship recipient, and later tonight we'll be announcing the 2019 recipient.
Next, we have the Santa Claus Parade, which is an event not held by MIAC, but MIAC gets an active role in volunteering at that event, so it's something we can do to give back to the community and also have our faces seen doing some work for all of the people.
Our team volunteers at the Niagara Falls Community Outreach Kitchen annually, and this year we volunteered twice in November as well as in March, and it is a great opportunity for our team to give back to our community.
We have our community clean sweep. We have an Adopt a Street. We have the portion of Morrison from Portage Road to Stanley Avenue. So our Adopt a Street, we get to go 2 years. We go on the same days as the Park and the City Committee. So we go in the fall and we go in the spring season. So it's a great opportunity for us to get to know each other a little bit better in the fall and for team building in the spring.
On January 30th, Council held their flag raising in honor of Bell's Let's Talk, and MIAC members were in attendance, as well as MIAC member Sarah Chan was also the MC of the event.
We have a really awesome opportunity that we get annually. We get to go to E.L. Crosley and, well, not really compete against the wheelchair basketball team from Pellin. I think even though we do get destroyed score-wise, we have a better time than they do destroying us. So.
And Arush Rajput was selected to attend the Rotary Adventures in Citizenship program, and she was able to travel to Ottawa, in which she had the opportunity to learn more about Canadian citizenship. So thank you to the Niagara Falls Rotary Club for this amazing opportunity each year.
Now we have the MIAC promotional video. This is a video that we worked on for 2 years, and it finally came to its fruition at the beginning of this year, and we've been showing it off a little bit at all of our events, so we'd like to show that to you guys today.
What your potential is? We have.
We have the potential to be leaders, to be planners.
We are the students who never stop learning.
The ones who wake up early and stay up late. We are the spearhead of change and the voice of our youth.
We have the potential to actualize our dreams, to create and innovate.
We push each other up to be at our best and lift each other up when we fail.
We hope to inspire while staying inspired ourselves.
But best of all, we are the ones who want you to do the same.
So now we ask you, what is your potential?
Are you a leader, a planner and dreamer, a creator and innovator? Then your time is now.
And now we would like to call upon the co-chairs of the Youth Voice Subcommittee.
Good evening, Council. My name is Shreya. I'm a grade 11 student from Ann Mara Secondary School, and this year I was given the opportunity to co-chair the Youth Voice Subcommittee along with...
Hi, I'm Vanessa. I also go to Meyer, and I'm in grade 10.
So every year, one of the biggest events we host as the Mayor's Youth, and especially with Youth Voice, is the Niagara Student Summit. What it is a day at Brock University, a day opportunity for anyone from Fort Erie to Grimsby to come in and experience things that aren't traditionally taught in high school. So we cover sessions from anything from like recreational things, which are archery and laughter yoga, to more mental well-being, and also high school scholarships, how to apply to universities outside of Canada as well. And also everyone is given the opportunity to choose their own sessions, which means everyone's day does look a little bit different, but everyone gets to leave with new knowledge that is obviously very beneficial towards the future.
So this year we decided to do things a little bit differently. We actually put up forth some surveys for students across the region to get feedback from them to see what was most beneficial from last year and to see what we improved on or should improve on. So this year we decided, instead of doing things how we did it in the past, we decided to have a more diverse day for each student. So every student will have one skill set session, one session involving life after high school, and then one session on
just like personal well-being as well. Yeah. And another big thing that the Mayor's Youth took on this year, and we're very happy to include it under our subcommittee, was the elimination of plastic straws. So as our co-chairs have presented in the past, we put out a ban that we suggested on plastic straws, and with the council's support, we were able to pass 2 motions to get our point across. And our co-chairs have also put forth a letter that is going to go to the school boards to help our initiative. That's all for us. Giving back is the next one.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah, and this is
Wahiba Ahmed.
And we are the co-chairs of this year's Giving Back Subcommittee. So each year we host a Christmas party for the children at Red Roof Retreat in St. Catharines. This year we got the chance to decorate gingerbread houses, play a few games, as well as make pins with the kids. Overall, we had a really great time and were able to give back to the community while spreading some holiday joy.
With the sponsorship of Enbridge, we were able to put together around 100 exam kits for each of the 5 high schools for semester 1 exams. Exam kits contained MIAC pencils, MIAC sticky notes, a granola bar, tin mints provided by Niagara College, stress tips provided by Enbridge, and services for youth pamphlets. And MIAC skate nights were held February 2nd and April 6th at the Gale Center from 8 to 10 p.m. Skate nights were open to grades 7 to 12 from all schools. Students were asked to bring a $2 donation in support of Education Foundation of Niagara for DSBN students and Niagara Foundation for Catholic Education.
To kick off Mental Health Week in May, we partnered with Enbridge to bring the community a barbecue at the Niagara Falls History Museum. We invited mental health and wellness organizations from around the region to come set up booths, and we then gave families passports to go around each booth and get to learn a little bit more about the services they offer. We also had live music, yoga, meditation, and food available.
And the next committee is Just for Fun.
Hello everyone, my name is Jade Bilodeau and I was the chair for the Just for Fun committee for MIAC this year. So a couple of things and initiatives that we were able to focus on this year. We hosted the first annual MIAC Coffee House. So this showcased some of our talent, music. We had comedians, food vendors, dancers, and some artwork from all of our 5 high schools. It was a very successful event with representation from many students. The next event that we hosted is our traditional Schoolapalooza. This year it was hosted at the Gale Center. It was May 17th. We had a variety of students attend. We had an inflatable jousting. We had DJ Evolution provide music. We had a Zamboni pull and many other games. I'm proud to announce that St. Paul was the winner of the 2019 Schoolapalooza, which is also my school, so very proud. And then this year we also introduced the citywide promposal competition or contest. So this was a social media campaign where students could submit their promposal videos. The committee came together and selected the top 6 videos, which will be posted, and then the top 3 most liked videos will be selected for prizes. So students were excited about this as well, and that campaign is ending within the coming weeks.
So for those that don't know, could you explain what a promposal is?
For sure, yeah. So a promposal, basically all the schools have proms, and when you ask someone to prom, usually they do an extravagant kind of poster, a message, anything like that. If you want to check out this year's promposal videos, they'll be posted tonight on the MIAC Instagram.
So I'd never heard of this before, and so my daughter, one of my daughters, who goes to St. Paul as well, she was asked to the prom, and he brought a dozen donuts, and a big sign says, "Do not go with anyone else." So, and they videotape them, they take pictures, and it's this big thing. They put so much effort into it, and it's adorable. So I watched and I took pictures of the guy, and I followed him home to see who he was, and just to make sure. No, I'm kidding, but the point is, it's a lot of fun. They are so creative, and now today with handheld devices, they can do amazing video work. It's so much more creative and clever. If you get a chance, check them out. It's actually really entertaining. So I'm sorry.
No, that was great. Great explanation. So yeah, those were the 3 kind of main initiatives that Just for Fun did. The committee really works towards the socializing and entertaining aspect of students, which is a lot of fun. And I'd like to thank all the Just for Fun members for all their hard work this year.
So we'd like to thank all of our sponsors and supporters throughout the year. We have a lot of annual sponsors. We have a lot of single-year sponsors.
Your support gives the youth a voice in the city. Thank you for all of your support.
So just before you run away, so 2 things. So now is Amal Kayem here?
Yep.
We're going to do that the next time. Okay, good. Okay, good. And I just want to help for those of you, again, that don't totally understand what the Mayor's Youth Advisory, they're a group of kids from every school, all 5 high schools in Niagara Falls. And I can tell you, it's a big deal to get selected for this committee. I get a lot of parents call me and ask, can you put in a good word? Can you help, get my so-and-so? And I said, no, it's up to the schools. The principals and the guidance counselors are the ones that select them. But what a great opportunity. You get to meet kids at other schools, you learn leadership skills, and it's a real growth opportunity. And every kid should consider this as one of the options when they're going through high school. It's a great learning opportunity, and it's great for you to get to meet a lot of other people. So anyway, so far so good. Thank you, and I'll let you carry on with the rest of your presentation. Sorry.
We would now have the pleasure to introduce the Jim Mitchinson Scholarship Award recipient. And this scholarship was developed by the Mayor's Youth Advisory Team to recognize a student who gives back to the community as well as their school. And Mike felt that there were many scholarships that were based on grades, and so we wanted something that were based more on our core values. And last year we were proud to relaunch the scholarship as the Jim Mitchinson Scholarship. And Jim Mitchinson was dedicated to giving back to the city of Niagara Falls throughout his life and embodied the values of leadership and involvement in the community. Jim's son, Tom, was looking for a way to honor his father, and so we believe that this scholarship would be the perfect fit. And Tom is generously funding the scholarship in his honor.
This year's recipient of the Jim Mitchinson Scholarship is Amal Kayum. Amal is graduating from West Lane Secondary School, where she has been extremely involved in her entire high school career. Amal has served on her student council for all 4 of her high school years. A notable legacy of Amal at West Lane is her multicultural night, which she is the founder of. She founded this through her school's multicultural club. So 3 years ago, she obtained a Speak Up grant, which is presented by the Ministry of Education. So she recruited students to help execute the event, and now it's an annual event that we get over 200 students going to, and we get parents going out to it. It's a really good showcase of what West Lane is. Amal is also involved in supporting students and providing a voice in her roles as the student liaison with the Education Foundation of Niagara, the student trustee for the District School Board of Niagara, co-chair of the Student Trustee Senate, president of the Ontario Student Trustees Association. She is a past member of the National Youth Advisory Committee with the RCMP to run federal campaigns informing youth about the devastating opioid and fentanyl crises. Beyond the education community, Amal has also provided over 300 community service hours of volunteer community service. Notably, Amal has helped design a summer camp which works to support young Muslim girls through their local mosque. Amal plans to attend the University of Western Ontario in September for international relations with an advanced entry to the Richard Ivey School of Business. We'd like to call upon Amal, and we'd like to call upon Mr. Tom Mitchinson to present the award with Mr. Jim Your Honor, Mr. Jim Diodati in the front.
Oh, thank you for having me here, and thanks to Beth for all the great work she does with the youth group. And every time I come here, I'm just so impressed with the kind of things that these kids are up to. And I'm very pleased to be a part of this. I know that my dad would be very proud, and it's my pleasure to provide this bit of help to Amal for her next year's of school.
Thank you. And on behalf of the city, and I love Niagara Falls has really changed. We've become very multicultural. You see the henna all over our hands. You know, my kids, whenever they have henna, they always want to get it done right away. They just love that. And I like it because it's not permanent, right? That's what I like. So, but on behalf of the city, we're really proud of our youth. You know, oftentimes people say the leaders of tomorrow. You're already leaders. You're miles ahead of where most of us were at your age. You're
Miles ahead of us now.
Yeah, now, exactly. Please take the gavel. Run the city. But you're doing such a terrific job. They're really organic thinkers and future thinkers, and we're lucky that we have these kids. And I love the fact that they're going to go off to university, go to college, whatever you're going to do, travel. And we tell all of you, and then come back. Bring your loot bags of skills, education, awareness, and everything that you learn, and bring it back, because this council is working very hard to change the trajectory of the city. And where we're going, we're going to need some capable leaders. There's going to be great employment opportunities, and I mean that sincerely. There won't be enough kids to fill the jobs. You won't have to leave to find great opportunities. So go get all your experience and your education and come back and let us all benefit from what you've done. So on behalf of the city, a little loot bag here, some little goodies kind of thing, and we will help. Maybe we can all put our hands together and show some appreciation.
We are now happy to make 2 check presentations. So we, as the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, strive to continually give back to the community through volunteerism, awareness, and sometimes even cash. This year we raised $500 in donations at events such as our skate nights, and are happy to contribute to the Education Foundation of Niagara and the Niagara Foundation for Catholic Education.
Both of these organizations do so much for the students, from providing basic necessities to scholarships, as well as enhanced learning opportunities. We would now like to invite Nicole Smith from the Education Foundation of Niagara and Jim Marino from the Niagara Foundation for Catholic Education to join us up at the front. with the mayor.
So I gave my checks to a very responsible person.
You lost them?
Yes.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Perfect. Here we go. Catholic education. Thank you very much.
For those of you that don't know, Jim Reno here used to be Lord Mayor of Niagara-on-the-Lake. Only place in Canada that has a Lord Mayor. So we're very honored, yeah. I'm just a plain mayor, right? Lord Mayor. No, okay, all right. Okay, that's you. Thank you. Just a oh, say good. Yeah, say good. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, and I know you thanked the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee for everything that they do throughout the year. Later on in the agenda, I was going to bring up under new business that we send a letter of appreciation to John McBain and his wife, Marcy McCall, because they gave money, Your Worship, that went to 7 students in Niagara Falls, but I just thought it would be a good opportunity to mention that Daniel Krochuk, the co-chair of the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, was one of the recipients. So how about a round?
Yeah.
How about a round of applause?
And I'd also like to acknowledge Beth Angle. Beth, if you could stand up. She is our staff that works very closely with all the Mayor's Youth throughout the years. She develops real strong relationships and bonds and helps mentor them. And I know a lot of them really look up to her and with her and her guidance. So maybe we can acknowledge Beth as well. All right, thank you. So now we're going to move along. Are we done now with the Mayor's Youth today? Okay, beautiful. All right, thank you very much. Next up, I'd like to call up another check presentation. I've got some people here from Rotary. So I understand that, let me just check here. I've got John Byer, board member of the Rotary Club of Niagara Falls Foundation, and he's here to make some presentation. Welcome, John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nice to be here. Council, thank you. My name has been mentioned as John Byer. I'm a member of the Niagara Falls Rotary Club and the Niagara Falls Rotary Foundation. The foundation is a collection of funds that have been endowed to us, which we use for bigger donations on ongoing periods of time that we can make to causes in the city. And in attendance with me today, there's back in the corner here a whole bunch of us, and there's 2 Rotary clubs that are involved in this. We have Rotary Club of Niagara Falls, which is the club that I'm part of. It meets on Tuesday afternoons, 12:15 at the Shriners. Come and join us. Always welcome. And we have Ernie Morgan, who's here, and Bruce Henning, Monica Seymour, and myself from our club. And then we have from the Rotary Club Sunrise, which meets Thursday mornings, 7:15 at Betty's. Come and join them if you wish. If you don't want to come at noontime, go in the morning. And here we have David Berry, who is the Assistant Governor of Rotary District 7090, which our region is part of. BJ Romans, who is the President of the Rotary Club Sunrise, and Nancy Tutchuk, who is the incoming President of the Rotary Sunrise Club. We are going to be donating some funds today, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. We're pleased to partner with the city and the library in supporting the Millennium Trail. As you know, it's made up of 6 sections that run all the way from Stanley Avenue to McLeod Road. The section our donation is directed toward is from Montrose Road, close to Dorchester by Mullins, all along the Hydro Canal, and it ends at Royal Manor Drive. The Rotary International is committed to improving life for people around the world through 6 areas of focus. One of those is literacy. What makes our partnership with the city unique is the involvement of the library in contributing and maintaining a series of storyboards all along both sides of this section of the trail. The hope is that families will take their kids for a walk, and the kids will want to go so they get a chance to read the stories when they do, and everybody gets some exercise, and it's a fun time for a whole family. I'd like to thank the city staff that we've been fortunate enough to work with while we were putting together all the details of this event. Kathy Moldenauer has been primary driver in the Millennium Trail ongoing construction. There's a lot of different legs that have been looked after over a number of years, and instrumental in coordinating with the library how to figure out the specifics of what we're going to do with the storybook. And Laura Stern, who is no longer with the library, but the previous manager of community development and programming. She worked with the Rotary a few years ago on the Storybook Trail at Heartland Forest, you may recall, and continued the program through Niagara Region's libraries. That is a traveling thing. You can have birthday parties and all kinds of different things, and they'll give you these laminated books, and you can stick them up and everybody runs around and reads stories. It's a fun kid thing, and it's free. And finally, I'd like to recognize Jeff Garassi. He has really been a real driver in all these things. He's a community development coordinator, and he's been my main contact, and all of us have dealt with him at some point or another. He's been helpful in hosting us for the meetings, keep us informed of the progress and issues that have come up because of some of the delays with the region's wastewater upgrades, because that is part of the trail. Rather than doing the work 2 or 3 times, it's all going to be done in one fell swoop. And it's caused a bit of a delay. No big deal, but it's the completion date we're hoping is going to be late this year. So Niagara Falls and this council should be very proud of the work that is being done by their staff and the vision of the previous councils in creating the Millennium Trail. It continues to make our city a better place to live. The Rotary Clubs in Niagara Falls, both of us, would like to present checks to the city for a total of $75,000 to support the Rotary Storybook Pathway. Thank you for your time.
Come around this way. It's not every day people bring us money like this. Sorry, I do it weekly. No. You get break when a guy that owns a funeral home comes and asks me what suit size I have. So come closer.
Yes, please. Well, but everybody's got a smile at least. There, good, good. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'd like to say, first of all, if you want to add anything on behalf of the City of Niagara Falls, Kathy and Tiffany, I'm sure and Council, we're thrilled when one of our local great groups like Rotary, who do so many wonderful things, and I know this year is going to be exciting, Rib Fest, got some great things going on. We're going to plug it a little bit in a second. But on behalf of the city, we're thrilled that we now have got this trail that's going to be going from the north end of the city to the south end. You'll be able to get right across the city safely, where there's wild turkeys and birds and flowers, and a great way to get exercise, whether you're walking, running, wheelchairing, cycling, whatever the case may be. It's such a success, these trails, and to have one of them named in perpetuity after the Rotary Clubs here in Niagara Falls. I think what a great testament to all the great work that you've done. Please help me in thanking our Rotary fellow members here. And just real quickly, the Rotary Rib Fest is going to be when, Nancy?
June 14th, 15th, 16th, Rapid View Park, thanks to Niagara Parks Commission and the help of Mayor Diodati helping us get this put together.
Right across from Marineland. So this year you're going to have a real fun time and have some ribs, and I'll be volunteering too, by the way, so come on down.
Where's the chef? Where's the sign up?
All right, thanks very much, folks. Appreciate it. Okay. My Fitbit here, right? It's doing pretty good from running back and forth up here. Okay, item 6.3, 2021 Canada Summer Games. And to present to council, we have Victoria Wixton and Dr. Barry Wright. So welcome to the mic. All right.
Mayor, councillors, City of Niagara Falls staff and residents watching at home, thank you for sharing your time with us tonight. I have with me my colleague, Dr. Barry Wright, representing our host society. I bring greetings from our chairman, Doug Hamilton, who got pulled away from tonight's presentation.
Can't have the check back. It's okay, keep it. Okay.
But with his absence, you get me. So it's
Great.
always an honor to come here and speak in front of my fellow peers here at Council. We're here to kind of give you a little bit of a state of the games, where we're at with the Canada Games for 2021. For the last year and a little bit, our host society, comprised of our board of directors and small team of staff, have been planning very hard in regards to what our games for Niagara are going to look like. Our planning has been in depth. We've taken our winning bid document and we've had to transform it into a working, living business plan to be presented to the feds, to the provincial government, and to Sport Canada and Canada Games Council as well. So now that that is done, we are about to go into our 2-year countdown. And from now until August, till that time that we come out, we are meeting with all of our stakeholders and municipalities and so forth, starting with the region and all the staff within all the municipalities, and are working our way through all the municipalities in regards to where we're at with our planning. So with that, we just have a very short presentation to kind of bring you up to speed. So this way, when any of the residents of Niagara Falls kind of poke you and say, hey, what can you tell me about the city of the Canada Games, you have a little bit more information at your fingertips. So about the Canada Games. It is truly a celebration of sport and culture. Yes, there will be sport, but just as robust will be its cultural program. First held in Canada in 1967 with the Centennial. It's held every 2 years, following the same pattern as the Olympics. In 2017, it was held in Winnipeg for the Summer Games, and we just came back from Red Deer in February for the Winter Games. If you think it's cold in Niagara, you don't not know what minus 42 in Red Deer is like. Very, very cold. 2021 will be the 3rd time the games are being held in Ontario. This is a very important little stat. In 2021, when we say goodbye to the games in the host society, we disappear and we leave all the greatness of what we were developing with the 2021 games. Please be assured with this knowledge, the games will not come back to Ontario for another 24 years. And when they do, 24 years from then, they will never, ever come back to Niagara. They never revisit a city that they have populated before. This is our once and only shot to make it right. It's also positive to know that 60% of Olympian medalists participate in the Canada Games. And I'm sure our alumni, Mr. Councillor Mike Strange, can attest to that. So congratulations, Mike, for all your accomplishments with the Canada Games and your Olympic medals. More about Niagara in 2021. Our time frame, August 2021. Our opening ceremony will be at Friday, August 6th, being held at the Meridian Center in St. Catharines. A little shift to the original bid. We've decided to have a little bit more of a robust Hollywood approach to our closing ceremonies, which will be scheduled for Saturday, August 21st. And we will be reincarnating New Year's Eve at Queen Victoria Park and having our closing ceremonies right there in front of the world with all the tourists that are available that night to celebrate our athletes of Canada. We will have 18 sports in the program involving 5,000 athletes. It's spread over 2 weeks. Week 1 will have 2,500 athletes. They come in on a weekend to participate. There's a turnover weekend. So like a cruise ship, they all leave and we turn around the beds, and the other 2,500 come in for the second week. We will need a total of 4,000 volunteers, and I'm going to call every single one of those people that were here in the first 2 rows. That is our game from a high level perspective. The sports, 18 sports competing against venues across Niagara. 3 of them being para-athletics, which is our athletics, swimming, and sailing. We're very excited that 2 of those will be from our Special Olympic athletes. 2 months ago, we received word that for the first time as a pilot program, we will be inducting lacrosse into the 2021 Canada Games. This is extremely important, especially as we strive for inclusion with our Indigenous communities. Extremely exciting for us. I want to stop and pause here in regards to the sports and what it means for the city of Niagara Falls. Golf will be held here. Currently, right now, it's slated to happen at the Niagara Parks through their Legends course. Indoor volleyball, currently right now, is programmed for the Scotiabank Convention Centre. Baseball, currently planned for Oaks Park and a secondary field. And our soccer training will be held as well here at Kaler Road. So we have 4 sport programs involved in the city of Niagara Falls. It's exciting, no? I think so. Yet, still best to come, which is the cultural program. I'm going to have Dr. Wright talk a little bit about our volunteers.
So one of the things we're working at right now, thanks Victoria, one of the things we're working at right now is to actually build our team for the games. And so at present that involves getting our staff component going. We've just gone from, I think it was about 7 staff, and now we're up to 15. For the games, we'll be roughly around 65 when the games are hosted in 2021. But these games are volunteer led and volunteer run. And so we'll be recruiting upwards of 4,000 plus volunteers to help us with these games. Initially in the fall, we'll be looking at our key, if you will, our senior volunteer team of approximately 20 individuals. They will come in and they will have a variety of different skills sets for us. They'll be working with us, and then they will build their teams from there for each one of our venues. So there'll be a venue team, so it'll be people from transportation and medical and communications, and our sports people, and we'll all be on there. So 20 key volunteers, and then this fall we'll be looking for roughly about 30 people for each one of those venue teams. So by the holiday season we'll be up to around 600 volunteers, and then we'll be starting our large campaign for the 4,000 volunteers. So we will have a web page up that people will be able to volunteer on, and we'll get the message out across our communities. It truly, as I said, is a volunteer-led games. One of the wonderful things about being in Red Deer was to see that and see the hospitality that Red Deer brought forward. And I know that and Victoria's been in this business for a number of years, and everyone in this room understands the hospitality that takes place in Niagara, and it will be second to none. And we're very much excited about bringing all of Canada and perhaps our neighbors across the river into Niagara Falls and in Niagara.
When we were in Red Deer, we did a complete transfer of knowledge. A lot of our team and our board members and some of our key volunteers were there. We had full transfer of knowledge. We understood what worked, what didn't work. One of the things that we learned is that the Canada Games, yet to this date, has taken this sporting event and looked at it through a tourism perspective. They've never used their glasses from tourism to think about how can I flip this upside down and be more hospitable to those that are coming in for the games. So with my background and so forth, we're completely looking at it from a completely different paradigm. And we're introducing everything from the family and spectator's perspective, from a complete robust reservation system in our line to making sure that we're out in every single community and so forth. So not just coming to a sport, but understanding that you're here in Niagara and we need to do what Niagara does best, welcome people. 4,000 people is not an exaggeration whatsoever. We have more athletes participating in our Canada Games than there are in the Winter Olympics. This is big. I want to share with you that was just revealed a little while ago, our tagline. Our board has worked very hard in our vision of inspiring, transforming, and unifying the 12 municipalities and the region, 13 in all. But like I said, it's only going to come to Niagara once. It's once for Niagara, one time only, but it's for all. Everybody that touches it, it's available for all. So that is our tagline that we'll be carrying forth. And I had to selfishly put this slide in because this is my portfolio. This is where I'm going to be throwing a lot of passion and a lot of Niagara into what we're doing. Our opening and closing ceremonies, as I mentioned, Meridian and Queen Victoria Park. We have a 13 for 13 cultural program. And what this means is there's 13 provinces and territories in Canada, and we have, with the region, 13 municipalities here with the games. We're going to partner a province or a territory with one of our municipalities and engage them in their own cultural event. So all the games normally have a concert site where everybody gathers every single night at that same site. We're flipping it upside down, and we're going to go into every single community every single night of the games. So we'll be bringing residents, spectators, and athletes out to Lincoln, Waynfleet, West Lincoln, and of course the city of Niagara Falls. The first week of competition, they get an opening, they don't get a closing. The second week, get a soft opening, they get a closing. It's important that both sets of athletes see Niagara Falls. There's no way we're going to have them come all the way here and not see the powerful falls. So week one, while they open in St. Catharines, they will finish off at Queen Victoria Park for their 13 for 13 program. And then, of course, week two will close off the closing ceremonies. So Niagara, the city of Niagara Falls, of course, is foremost in our planning. Our torch relay, it's got to come from Ottawa and get its way down here. So somehow we're going to cross the lake, go through the wine road, go through the cycling path, and go through all 12 municipalities as well. I'm currently already working with your staff on a working group and how we're going to make all these things come to fruition. Milestone events, 2 years, we're in our 2 year out. Monday, August 5th, working with Henley Regatta in regards to our coming out party, if you will. And of course, next year, same time, we'll be doing something spectacular. So that is our cultural program. What I neglected to put down is our mascot program, which we launched about 2 weeks ago. It's a turtle. We've decided our guardian of the games will be a turtle. Now, let this freak you out like it did me. On the back of a turtle, there's 13 large scales. We have 13 municipalities. We have 13 provinces and territories. It gets freakier. There's 28 small plates around those 13, and we are the 28th games. And the indigenous community uses the turtle as their moon in their calendar. And in North America is known as Turtle Island, but the Niagara Escarpment in Niagara is known as the backbone of Turtle Island. And actually Niagara is the heartbeat of Turtle Island. So it all made sense. Turtle is a summer species with their summer games. We have 8 species of turtles here in Ontario. All of them, unfortunately, are endangered. We've invited our Catholic and our public school boards, French and English, to participate in a naming and design contest. I welcome you to go to Niagara2021.ca to see that contest, share it with your family, your friends, and your schools. So that is kind of what we're about right now. Very high level. As we continue to move into our 2-year, you'll see a lot of things come, especially our launch of our website, to which we then will attain volunteer signups and so forth. We're just starting, we're getting out, and once we get out, you will not quiet us. We will be loud, and we will be loud. So for that, I say thank you very much for allowing me to present tonight.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'd first see if we have any comments or questions of Councillor. Councillor Strange.
Yes, thank you, Doc and Toria for the presentation. And I remember a couple years ago when we were putting together the bid committee to try to get this bid.
No one believed it could happen.
It was not easy. We were up against a tough few cities in Canada, especially Ottawa. And whoever thought that we would beat Ottawa, and it was pretty amazing. We got the word, so it was congratulations to not only Niagara Falls, but the whole region, because we're all involved in these games. And being a fellow Canada Games athlete, I was in Winter Games. Why boxing is in the Winter Games, I have no idea. But I boxed in Cape Breton in 1987. So it was, as an athlete's perspective, you go in those kind of smaller versions of the Olympics and Commonwealth Games, World Championships, that type of thing, where you're competing, and that's the only time you kind of compete with other sports, and you get to meet other athletes, and you get to have an opening ceremonies and a closing ceremonies, and you compete for your province. When you go on, you compete for your country, but it gives the athletes a great experience to go into the next level, that international level, going to the Olympics. And I think you said there's about 80% of the medals were from growing up and going into those games, or 60%, sorry. But it was from all that experience, and we need that to keep going. And like I said, we did an amazing job. And then once they come here, you get all the thousands of volunteers, the athletes, and the families. And it's awesome that it's in the region, but I know that everyone that comes here is going to want to stay in Niagara Falls. And the economic impact is going to be amazing with our hotels and our restaurants, our attraction, possibly the casinos. Mr. Mayor, we've got to fill those potholes somehow. So, but just amazing. And when the games are finished, we always think of what that's going to bring to our city and to the other municipalities. And right now, we have indoor volleyball is going to be at Scotiabank Center, the golf, and a part of the soccer practicing, but especially the baseball. We have such a big, a lot of baseball players, a lot of baseball teams, especially senior men's baseball, and we have a couple high schools. One, A.N. Meyer, is number 5 in Canada, I believe, in hardball with Dave Buchanan, just a new job. So now part of that legacy and getting the funding from the feds and the province is going to be fixing up our diamonds at Oaks Park, but also Hope Park, where we're going to have an artificial turf, which is going to be amazing for all the young grassroots baseball players that are coming up. So I want to thank you for a terrific presentation, but I'm looking forward to the games. I think we're all going to get pumped up. Hopefully we'll signage everywhere as well, welcoming all the athletes and the GO train coming right through. It's going to be a direct impact in helping getting the athletes here, because we know that the highways are going to be busy coming down here. So with the new GO train coming here and the new route, it's really going to help. So it's all coming together, and it's all because of you guys. So I want to thank you and your whole committee. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, through the councillor. Mayor, through the councillor. Councillor Strange, is like sometimes this is the only platform these athletes get to participate on. This is it. This is their shot. So regardless if they go on to the Olympic team, we have to make sure that they're performing at a very high level stage. You talked about legacy. You know that we're a little bit worried, not necessarily worried at this stage, because we have a plan now that we have 2 legacy venues being built. One in the city of Thorold, across Brock, beside the region, which is Canada Games Park, and Henley Training Center. The legacy that these venues will bring, how they will enhance sport tourism, especially in the city of Niagara Falls. And let me give you an example what these games have already started. Coming in December at the convention center, staying at your properties, will be Wrestling Canada, the trials for the 2020 Tokyo Olympic team. We're already starting to bring this type of quality of competition here as a result of hosting these games. So thank you for your support.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Thompson.
I just wanted to say how impressed I was with the presentation and how exciting this is going to be. And I don't know how you chose this woman to
very fortunate.
be here. Victoria Wixton was one of the major people involved with tourism in the city of Niagara Falls for many years with Niagara Falls Tourism, and I could see during the presentation how she was sliding back to where she was, turning this into a major tourism activity. Congratulations, and so nice to see you again, Victoria, and you're going to have a great impact on this whole issue.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And a couple of takeaways. Number one, legacy. You're going to leave behind all these updated facilities and venues. The other thing that people need to realize, this is a once ever. You'll never see another Canada Games ever, because they won't even come back to Ontario for 25 years. And so this is it for our lifetime. You get a chance to really block that off so you can come out and watch all the events, take in all these great athletes. And the last thing, for anyone that wants to volunteer, the nice thing about volunteering with this, it's not a forever volunteer commitment. It's a short-term commitment. Most of it's going to happen during the time of the games and some lead up. But the nice thing is you can do a real neat experience, meet people from all over the country, and then you're done. It's not like joining some group till the day you die kind of thing. So I know you're going to be looking for volunteers, and we're going to help you recruit for volunteers as well. And we're really excited, like Councillor Strange said too, especially with some of the events that's going to take place and the turf field being left behind. And we really appreciate it this year because our fields are all wet. We can't cut the grass, we can't play on them. So what a great opportunity that we're going to have now going forward for that kind of a turf. So thank you, best of luck, and we'll be here to support you all the way through.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 2 more presentations. Next up, 6.4 Niagara Recycling. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, we're looking for recommendation before they leave. Moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we move the recommendation that's in the report. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. We've got Niagara Recycling. Norm Kraft is here from Niagara Recycling. He's the CEO, and he's going to give us a presentation on Niagara Recycling. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to come here tonight and present on Niagara Recycling and what we mean to the community, and to put away some of all that negative media that's out there all over the television and print media about how recycling is not very efficient. But I can tell you here, it's alive and well. The prices might be in the dumps, but no pun intended, but all the recyclables that we get, 93% of what comes in our facility is recycled. And I welcome all of you, when you have some spare time, to come down to the recycling center, located right here in the city of Niagara Falls. And recently we had a couple of councillors tour the recycling facility. Councillor Strange was here a few weeks ago, along with Councillor Lococo. So they had a first glimpse of what it's like to see all the processing lines and what we do. So Niagara Recycling has one of the most, we feel one of the most successful private-public partnerships, operating for 23 years. We are partnered with the Niagara region. They own the recycling center on 5030 Montrose Road. I know the fire department knows us quite well as well. They've been there a few times, putting a few things out, but appreciate every time they come down to the center. We're a leader in recycling processing and material recovery facility technology. We're also very unique. Most recycling plants in Ontario, there's about 53 of them. Most of them, all they do is process the recyclables that come in from their own residential program. We go well beyond that, and we'll learn about that in the next few minutes. We're a social enterprise, which sets us way apart from all other recycling operations, and we feel we're of significant value to Niagara region. So we were at the forefront of recycling. We started back in Niagara in the 70s. What's great is that Niagara Falls was one of the first cities across Canada to implement a Blue Box program. Back in 1986, Niagara Recycling started the program. The first was in Pelham, and then shortly after was in 96 here in Niagara Falls. We actually did the collection as well back in 86. So it was great foresight from the council in the day to show great leadership to start the Blue Box program here in the city of Niagara Falls. And what's great about us too is we donate all the money that we generate by operating the recycling center. We recycle it back into the community to help individuals with developmental disabilities. So again, there's some pictures of our aluminum bales. We have, again, a 23-year partnership with the Niagara region. So in the, we have 90 employees. All 90 employees are residents of the Niagara region. Approximately 45 of those are residents right here in the city of Niagara Falls. We process for all 140,000 households in the Niagara region. And what sets us apart is that we've bid on other contracts. We bring all the paper and cardboard from the Kitchener, Cambridge, Waterloo area, and we get all the blue box and gray box materials from Haldimand County. We also service over 300 commercial, industrial, institutional customers, including well over 150 right here in the city of Niagara Falls, such as the Casino Niagara or the Falls View Casino, Niagara Parks Commission, and many businesses throughout the city of Niagara Falls. In 2018, we processed over 78,000 tons at the state-of-the-art 100,000 square foot facility on Montrose Road, or Kent Avenue. There's two entrances. The most important thing which we do is we take that money and we donate it back to the community. Since 1996, we've donated over $2.5 million back to Niagara organizations. And those include Niagara Training and Employment Agency, NTEC in Port Robinson. Back in 2000, we bought a school from the Niagara South Board of Education, that's what it was called at the time, on Cynics Avenue, right down from the indoor soccer field there. And there's day programming ran out of there by NTEC in partnership with NSS. We also have partnerships with, we also buy vans for NTEC to transport clients to and from job sites, and many different programs that are provided by NTEC that we support. Brock University, we've been funding their summer autism program now for over 10 years, a 2-week summer camp. We also fund a part-time or full-time position at Brock for a Brock graduate, which oversees a Brock swim program, a wheelchair basketball program, a special needs activity program, where every Thursday during the school year, hundreds of children from across the Niagara region with a disability are bused to Brock, and they're met with Brock students. And these Brock students take them through a number of activities and work with those children and give them, teach them new skills and abilities. We also fund, earlier on the mayor's youth council was talking about a Christmas party they had sponsored for Red Roof Retreat. We also provide funding to Red Roof Retreat for their ranch in Niagara-on-the-Lake and their programs at Ina Grafton in St. Catharines. Pathstone Mental Health, we also provided them some funds when they built their new building in 4th Avenue Hospital, beside the hospital in St. Catharines. And we've also funded Momentum Choir. To be a member of the Momentum Choir, you have to have a disability. If you ever have an opportunity to see them in concert, they just did, for the first time ever, they had a show about 3 weeks ago at the Performing Arts Center in St. Catharines. And what a performance. Certainly a great inspiration to see these individuals with a disability to participate in that type of event. So it's great for the community and great for those individuals. So we're very proud to be able to sponsor all these organizations. And again, we're hopefully there's some here in the Niagara Falls area that if there's we're always looking for opportunities to fund other organizations. So certainly if there's some organizations that support programming, which is our mandate for development challenge adults, we'd certainly be open to looking at sponsoring those types of organizations. We also practice what we preach at the recycling center. We have 4 full-time staff working on our sorting lines. We also have a part-time program in partnership with NTEC out of Port Robinson, where we have up to 3 part-time development challenge adults at the recycling center. And they're learning social skills, life skills, work skills, and the whole objective is to integrate them into full-time or part-time jobs in the community. At the end of the day, if every company would hire just 1 person with a disability, we'd be a much stronger Niagara, and it would be great for those individuals to feel part of the community. So that's what we do at the recycling center, and we hope other companies will also step up and be able to help these individuals. We also have a very unique operation. We have a very comprehensive recycling program. We're one of the few recycling programs in Ontario, and for that matter across Canada, that accepts styrofoam packaging. We take that material and we densify it into blocks, which we sell to a company over in Spain, which makes crown molding and picture frames. We also take all those black trays that we get, especially now with everybody planting flowers and shrubs. We take all that black plastic and take out food trays. So those are a lot of items that in the GTA and throughout Ontario are not recyclables, but we have good, strong markets. So our goal is not only to help the community, but we want to divert as much recyclables as we can from local landfill sites. We also operate, what's very unique, is a glass processing system. We're the only recycling operation in the province of Ontario that takes the glass and manufactures it into a finished product, which is right here, which is used by companies right here in Niagara Falls. There's a lot of sandblasting companies that buy our product. You can see in that middle picture, that's what it looks like when it comes through our process. It's full of bottle caps, batteries, needles, labels, toothbrushes, a lot of items that fall through the cracks. And the picture up above is what we make. And it's a really clean sandblasting that's silica-free, and it's more resistant when you blast your car or your loader to get the rust off. It takes longer for the rust to come back as well. So we actually have our own product name called Niagara EcoGlass, which is a trademark name, and it's made right here inside the recycling center. We sell it throughout Ontario, into Quebec, and by the end of the year, early next year, we hope to be selling out into the East Coast and into Alberta, into the out west. So it's an exciting project we've been doing for many years now, but it's really starting to gain more popularity because it's a great alternative to using silica sand. Because when you use glass and you breathe it in, it won't cause silicosis. So it's a great alternative to traditional sandblasting abrasives. The other item that sets us apart, we're in the shredding business. We do the shredding right here for the city of Niagara Falls. In 2012, we invested in a shredding truck, which is now owned by the region because the region owns all the assets. But we travel to businesses throughout the Niagara region to provide very competitive confidential shredding services. And it's a way to generate extra revenue to keep our costs down for the region and for the taxpayers of Niagara. So in a summary, that's what Niagara Recycling is all about. It's all about environmental stewardship, social enterprise, and the most important thing is keeping those jobs here in Niagara. We have 90 employees, and we hope to stay here for many years to come and continue to grow our business. Maybe get a second shift down the road. We're operating on one shift. Maybe look at other opportunities. So any support that we can get down the road from local staff or the mayor, who is a member of regional council, that would be great because we have a really good thing going here. We want to continue to make it a success for Niagara. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got Councillor Strange with a question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you for the presentation. I went through a tour with Councillor Coco before me, but I went with actually Dan from Heartland Forest. And you employ all tons of people, some kids or some young adults with developing challenged and do wonderful things. So I want to appreciate it and for helping out different causes as well. Went through there, it took about an hour and a half to kind of walk through, and all the workers waving at us, but they're all like, man, they work hard. They really got to be fast because we're taking out products that just don't belong. And there's some stuff that I didn't realize that are not. I was talking to Councillor Pietrangelo that like Tim Hortons cups are not recyclable, which I had no idea. So if anyone's, the do's and don'ts, is there something, I have a question, it's like, is there something that you said, please just don't do that? I think Councillor Coca said, just one of the ones was the plastic bags over the newspapers, you kind of just throw them in there. But they have to separate them before they kind of separate themselves in each bin. But is there something that's just like the number one, probably most annoying to you guys, that please don't do to the public? And maybe you can educate ourselves.
Through the mayor, the one item that we're having challenges with are plastic bags. We want bags that can really stretch, like the outer wrap behind a pop case, or a toilet paper, or paper towels, or a grocery bag. What we're getting is laminated packaging, those pouches that stand up in your cupboard, or the frozen food packaging. We're getting so much of that, and it's not acceptable. And we're getting lots of pet food bags. And right now we're getting a lot of lawn food bags that are all those resealable, high gloss. We're getting a lot of meat and cheese packaging. All that is not recyclable. It is just literally killing our ability to recycle that material because it's got so much unwanted items in there. It has to stretch. So just think of, again, those pop cases, the stretch wrap, or anything that stretches is typically okay. But you have to be careful because even grapes, those are not acceptable that come in grapes. And so, but if it stretches for the most part, we can take it. But there is a lot of confusion about this laminated packaging where croutons come in and cookies come in, and we get chip bags and all that stuff. It's not stretching. Please don't put it in your box.
Drinking boxes.
Or juice boxes?
Yeah.
That's fine. We'll take juice boxes, milk cartons. All that material is 100% recyclable. There's no problems there. It's just the film is, I think people are more overzealous. They're trying to do the right thing, but they have to just take it back a bit because it's stuff we can't recycle and we have to throw that out. And if it's all mixed in one bag, we can't recycle because we can't open every bag. Because we open up the bag and there's candy wrappers and chip bags and cookie wrappers, and it's unbelievable. It has to stretch for it to go in with your bag full of bags.
Great, thank you, Councillor Inoni.
The tops on the water bottles.
Yes, the tops on the water bottles can stay. It's best to leave them on the water bottle. Because if they come off, they'll end up in my glass pile and they will end up in the landfill site. So if they stay on the bottle nice and tight, there's a good likelihood we'll recover them because they are recyclable. So
Do you prefer not to use the clear blue recycle bags that you just throw stuff in?
one of the reasons people use those is because on windy days it can blow around the neighborhood. We prefer it to be loose in the blue box or gray box, but there's nothing wrong with using a clear bag or a blue bag to put your recyclables in.
What about recycled politicians?
We're working on that one.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
No market. Yeah, there's no market. They're exported.
No, right to the landfill. So, well, we appreciate Norm, and I think all of us should, if we have an opportunity to get down there. I just learned a few weeks ago at one of our steering committee meetings that if it doesn't stretch, it doesn't recycle for plastic. I did not know that, and I'm really hard on the kids about recycling, and I didn't realize a lot of these things should not be put in recycle. So education's a big part of it too. Like you said, you want to do the right thing, and oftentimes you're not, and it's just a little bit of, you're just not aware. So appreciate you taking the time to educate us. I think there is a big value in having Niagara Recycling, and I've been doing my own homework on the side too. And I know there's been a lot of negative media around this, but and sometimes the market price is down, and other times it's up very high, right? So it's like the stock market, and it's nice to have a little bit of control over your destiny. Yes, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe we could get some information from them, was it senior staff, to put it on our newsletter, like what's the do's and don'ts? Like I'm sure a lot of this councillor had no idea when you just said that is not recyclable, chip bags, all that sort of stuff. Get the information out to at least the Niagara region, Niagara residents. Maybe we can have the motion to the Niagara region as well, because just to educate us, we can educate everyone else. So I'm sure it would really help. So I'd love to put that motion.
Okay, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Campbell, that we have our staff assemble maybe the do's and don'ts and some rules around recycling to make our residents more educated and help them to do a better job. If there's no other questions or comments, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. And thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, and yes, Mr. Clerk.
Just before we go on to the last presentation, 6.5, under 6.2 for the Millennium Trail, there was a staff report there as well, and perhaps council could make a motion on that recommendation. That would be 6.2. There was a report there, R in Rec and Culture 2019-13.
Oh, the naming.
Just a report that goes along with the Millennium Trail.
It's the naming, yep. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrier. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's approved. Thank you. Thanks for that, Mr. Clerk. Okay, one more presentation. We've got the Day of 1,000 Musicians. I know we've got Paul Brockwell and Paul Lemire here to address council. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, city councilors and city staff. Nice to see you again. Back in the saddle.
Back in, thank you.
I'm not really going to say too much. I know I said a lot, probably too much last year, but I'm basically here to, we're here to, look for your support and your endorsement. Hopefully, if you play a musical instrument, you come out and have fun. It was very successful last year. These two guys, Paul Lemire and John Filion, work hard to make this event a very successful event. And so without further ado, I'm going to let them say what they need to say, and you can ask them questions after they do their presentation. Thank you.
Sounds good. Welcome, gentlemen.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good to see you back, by the way.
Thank you.
You look fantastic.
Thank you.
And members of City Council, which I know most of you, my name is Paul K. Lemire, in case you don't know. And this is John Filion, who appears to be my agent, business manager, whatever, but he's a co-organizer of Day of 1,000 Musicians, who also put in yeoman's work to put this together last year. As most of you are aware, this is the second year for this event. Last year we had a very successful event. It was the first in North America where somebody has tried to put together 1,000 musicians on a field to play. We attracted over 350 musicians sitting on the field, all playing at once, which is amazing to see. It gives you goosebumps. And we had 2,000 or 3,000 spectators come out that day to Fireman's Park. That's where it was last year. The reaction of the crowd musicians was overwhelming. We were touched, and many people said, thank you for putting this incredible show on that day. So it was fantastic. It was a really good show. The 1,000 musicians attracted people from Manitoba, Ohio, Thunder Bay, Ottawa, Toronto, Barrie, Nepean, and that's by Ottawa, Windsor, Hamilton, and all over the Niagara region, of course, because it's kind of a local thing. Even as far away as Vancouver, we had people come in. In addition to these travelers, thousands of local citizens came out to participate and to watch the show. 3 amateur local bands played, 2 professional bands. The day was built up to the main event, which was 350 musicians taking the field to play 6 fantastic Canadian-centric songs. We had AC/DC a long way to the top. After that, it was all Canadian songs, 54-40 and that kind of thing. This year, we're anticipating larger crowds and more musicians. In keeping with our goal of making the Day of 1,000 Musicians a legacy community event, that's what we're trying to do here, have it every year and keep it going. We moved the event to the Gale Center, a beautiful community center in Niagara Falls. It's a fantastic place, and the staff there, by the way, are excellent. They have been fantastic to work with. Unbelievable, Rob McDonald and everybody else. Man, I have to remember your name, but
Kathy.
Yeah, I'm terrible at names, so I apologize. And the Gale Center just fits our bill. It has the room, it has the parking, it has everything. We've expanded this year's song list to 12. So we're going to play 12 songs this year instead of 6 because so many musicians and the crowd there were yelling for more. The crowd screamed out for more. And we listened, right? So we're going to do 12. And as an added bonus, one of the musicians last year proposed to his girlfriend, and they are having their wedding at Day of 1,000 Musicians. How fitting is that in the honeymoon capital of the world? Here we go, the greatest city, Niagara Falls. Last year, we managed to help Project Share Major Progressions Music Therapy, Music Gives, and Stanford Center Volunteer Firefighters Association. Raise money and awareness for the great community service they provide. And our one mandate has, since we started this whole track, when we sat down and said, let's do this, first time in North America, is to make sure that it is free to the public. We always wanted the community to be able to attend and not have to pay any admission charges and that kind of thing. That's what we wanted, a community event for everybody in the city, regardless of how much they have, they can come and have a great day. We want them to spend it listening to local talent, enjoy food and beverages, and witness 1,000 musicians crank out 12 great songs free. In order to keep this event free to every citizen of Niagara Falls, we are asking City Council to assist us. We asked you to consider the following. Number one, waive the rental fee for the Gale Center for the day, if possible. Number two, allow the day of 1,000 musicians to use the city yard on Stanley Avenue for overflow parking. We anticipate bigger crowds and we don't feel there's enough parking left. I believe there is a small tournament at the Gale Center that day and they'll take up the back end of the park and we're using the west parking lot. And last year, you were kind enough to assist us with a couple of city buses to shuttle people back and forth. And if we could talk about that again, that'd be fantastic. We thank you guys for the assistance last year. It was fantastic. We saw everybody come, a few of you come out. Victor did the opening ceremonies. Thank you very much. And we saw everybody else come out. A lot of them were out. I didn't see Wayne though. This year. Don't you play the spoons, I think Jim said, or something like that? I thought I heard him say. We invite everybody out, and I know Mayor Diodati plays guitar. I've seen you around a campfire or something.
Play is a...
Hey, there's a kid 4 years old out there playing, so, I mean...
He'd be better than me.
I'm not touching that one. And I know Councillor Campbell plays a mean harp. Did you bring it with you?
No, I did. My wife begged me not to do it. Just begged.
Well, I was waiting to hear some kind of blues or something. But thank you for your time tonight. We look forward to having a successful community event once again this year. And now I'm going to hand it over to John Filion, and we can take questions after or now if you want.
Okay, well, I've got Lori Lococo, and then I've got everyone's got their hands up. I'm not sure if they're questions or make motions. So I've got Lori, Vic, Chris, and Wayne.
John?
I just wanted to move the motion. It was a wonderful experience last year, a very great community event that involved kids up to, somebody was 90 years old, everything in
Well,
between.
we had people 8 to 80, but then somebody sent me a picture on my phone, and there's a guy 4 years old, this tall with a guitar, with his father kneeling down on one knee, playing what it was. He says, "You're wrong. It was 4." And I go, "Okay."
I'd like to move the recommendation.
Okay, moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Thompson. Just before we go to the call, our acting director right now of transportation would like to comment.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment on the transit request. During that time of year, it's very difficult for us to have the fleet and drivers to accommodate that request. So I'd like to bring that forward to our transit manager to see if that can be accommodated before the motion is put forward.
Okay, well, why don't we do this?
Yeah, thank you.
We'll call the motion on the rest, the fees, and then that will wait back for a report back from our staff. You comfortable with that to the mover and to the seconder? Okay, Councillor Pietrangelo, and then Dabrowski.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And I just wanted to say that last year was a very fun event. And just further to what Paul Brockwell stood up and said, I was wondering if it was a prelude to the opening song. I think he referenced Aerosmith, and I thought maybe you would be doing Back in the Saddle.
That would be a good idea.
Too much pressure, Vic.
Let's take a motion. Anybody?
Oh, you're good. Here, get the gavel. Councillor Dabrowski.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to congratulate Paul and everybody else involved. We're really lucky to have a few folks like this that take the time to promote such an amazing event. And not only, I mean, kudos to you for bringing in 350 people last year to perform. I think this year you're going to crush it. You'll triple it. I think the word is spreading. But it's one of those events that not only is it a great day out, but I think there's an opportunity for post coverage as well through organic Facebook videos and YouTube. I can really see this event not only being a legacy piece, but I see it going on for year to year. And I also see it bringing a lot of attention to the city of Niagara Falls as well. So congratulations to both of you. As part of that motion as well, anyone that does play a harp or harmonica or acoustic guitar, I'd like to challenge and invite all council members. Or a heartstring.
The recorder?
Yeah,
recorder.
well, there was a guy playing one of those last year.
But I really do see this, I mean, flash mobs were 10 years ago, but I see this event going on for years to come. And I think, I hope you have a good video production company that captures it this year. And maybe city staff can help in that regard too. But either way, kudos to you guys, congrats. I hope you kill it this year, and I'm happy to support the motion as well.
Thank you. And without John Philly on here,
And John as well, sir.
Yeah, John, John worked for Sam the Record Man for 35 years. He knows music inside out.
I used to work on Queen Street.
Yeah.
When Queen Street was busy on a Thursday night.
Wayne remembers that.
Yeah, so did everybody.
So-
So them and John and the volunteers that helped us last year put it out of the park. That was what did it.
I mean, the event was truly amazing if you did attend it. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see the Day of 1,000 Musicians take place because many of our volunteers wanted to see the event. So we were still parking cars, we were still bringing people in, and I said, okay guys, I have to still do this. You guys go and see the event. So the beautiful part of that was that I got the feedback of people leaving, and they were coming up to me, they were stopping their cars, they were saying, that was one of the most amazing things I've ever been to. Please do it again. You know, that was like a big experience in my life. We're so glad you guys did this. So that was truly heartwarming. And the other thing was, we helped, we wanted to do something from a charitable standpoint, so we contacted music therapy people here in Niagara Falls. What's their
Major Progressions.
Major Progressions. And we spoke to them, and they told us how they had, they helped challenged people with music to make them have a better life. And that they actually had them rehearsing for a 6-week period and putting a performance together. We said, well, where do you perform? And they said, well, we just do it within our studio. So we said, why don't you come out and play at a Day of 1,000 Musicians? So we gave these people an opportunity to have a goal, make a performance, play in front of an audience. When they started to come to the event, and as they moved towards the stage, we heard screaming, and we thought, what's wrong? Is there a problem? But it was some of them that they were so excited, they were expressing how they couldn't believe that they were going to play and perform for an audience. So it was truly rewarding for us.
Yeah, it's a fun time.
How do people sign up, sir?
Day1,000musicians.com.
Yep, register there, volunteers. You can register to be a volunteer, or just come on out and watch. It's a fantastic thing to watch when everybody fires up.
And again, we'd like to thank you all for your support from last year as well.
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Strange and then Campbell.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you, John, Paul.
Ringo,
John. But yeah, even last year I watched it. I wasn't able to go, I was away, but I watched it on tons of people on video. And I think it was so special. And so you get a lot of musicians that have no ambition maybe to play in a band, or just down in their basement playing the drums or guitar, or they might play with a family friend or something like that. This gives them a chance to go out and not be too overwhelmed by just focus on them, focus with everybody. So
I mean, they're playing collectively, so it increases their confidence.
Exactly. So someone has no intention of playing a band, they can go out and just be part of something bigger. There's no pressure. I remember Christine Hess, she got to play with her brother. You know, you just mentioned someone playing with their 4-year-old son. How would you ever be able to get to do that
And
again?
then you're creating life experiences,
Exactly.
or as Google might say, moments.
Yeah, and that's going to help even Niagara Falls. It's like going from far away, come and say, oh, this is a signature event in Canada. Let's go down, let's participate in it, let's bring our band equipment, get to spend some money in Niagara Falls, have a great time, and be something you can always remember.
And it's about
I want to thank all three of you.
It's about
amazing job.
doing a positive day.
It really is. It really is. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if you have some promotional material that you could supply us, and we could put it on our website?
Absolutely, we'll send you an email.
We can email you.
We'll
hopefully
email
have
you a
poster
JPEG
and
of our poster.
Yep, thank you very much for offering.
So just to recap the recommendation, the council approved the fee waiver application for both the Day of 1,000 Musicians, waiver of the fees associated with rentals at the Gale Center, the Oasis Showcase of Arts and Culture.
Well, that has nothing to do with us, the Oasis.
No, I know it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
And that the council declared the Oasis Showcase Arts and Culture as an event of municipal significance, and that staff come back to us with a report on our transit availability to help with transporting people back and forth. Okay, we're all good with that? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved and it's unanimous, gentlemen. So you're off to a good start.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Nice to
Thank
see
you.
everybody, by the way.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you on Saturday, July the 20th.
Back in the saddle.
Back in the saddle.
Okay?
And may I say, this council is doing a phenomenal job. I have to get that in because you guys are. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you. Some might disagree, but.
Let them talk to me.
Okay. Okay. For those of you here for planning matters, you've been patient. I meant to mention earlier today, our in-camera meeting went longer, so we were a little delayed getting up here. Next, on to the planning matters, 7.1, public meeting. I now ask our clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit 10 new parcels of land with 15-meter frontage along Marinelli Drive, currently known as 6666 Mountain Road. Notice was originally given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on January 25th, 2019, as well as the second mail-out providing notice of tonight's meeting. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, I now ask our Acting Director of Planning, Mr. Ken Meck, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, you may recall this matter coming before you back in February of this year. Council may recall this matter coming to their attention for a public meeting in February of this year. So just to give a brief recap, it's for 6666 Mountain Road, property owned by Brian and Emily Weatherall. They initially came to council and sought to have the lands rezoned from development holding to an R1E zone, which would have permit the future creation of 11 parcels with 12 meters of frontage. And there was a considerable amount of discussion at the last meeting about the appropriateness of the zoning vis-a-vis the size of the parcels that would be realized through another planning application, most likely a series of consent applications. Numerous area residents came out not only to the neighborhood meeting but also to the public meeting that I mentioned in February and expressed a great deal of concern about the compatibility of the lot sizes that could be realized through that process. At the end of the meeting, council chose to defer consideration of that zoning amendment. And subsequent to that meeting, the applicant went back to the drawing board, so to speak, and reconsidered their proposal. And so what's before council tonight is a revised application whereby they're seeking a zone change where the zoning of the lands would be changed to an R1D zone. And that zone permits lots that have 15 meters of frontage. And that zone would match the regulatory requirements that are in place on the opposite side of Marinelli Drive. Those parcels are required to have a minimum of 15 meters of frontage as well, albeit most of them have 17 meters of frontage. So following our previous review and having look at provincial policies and the regional policy plan as well as our own, we found that the requested adjustment in zoning is equally supportable. The province is asking us to make more efficient use of underutilized land, and this land has been sitting underdeveloped for years, and so it's finally moving forward. The lands are designated residential, so they're intended to be developed for housing. It's going to contribute to our short-term housing supply. I would imagine if they come on the market, they will be picked up rather quickly because there are not a lot of lots of this size that are available at this time in the city. So we're quite comfortable recommending this to council, and so if there are any other further questions, gladly answer those at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mack. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Mack? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Is there anyone here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Peter Colosimo. I'm the agent for Brian and Emily Weatherall, the owners and applicants. In this case, I'm here tonight with them and their extended family. We certainly support the staff recommendation, appreciate their favorable recommendation. And I'm just here for any questions, and hopefully council will support the report as presented.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Colosimo? Okay, thank you for that. Seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Is there any further questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. So thank you very much, folks. Thank you. Okay, next item is 8.1. I'm going to call on our new Director of Municipal Works, Mr. Eric Nickel, who's going to introduce the presenter and subject matter.
No pressure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just wanted to bring Mr. Shakerskoy up to give you a presentation. As Mayor and Council, I want to remind you, you are decision makers for over $2 billion worth of assets. That includes 1,200 kilometers of roads, over 735 kilometers of sewers, 475 kilometers of water mains, 350 vehicles, 125 city facilities, and so on and so forth, parks and a number of other assets. Staff in the various departments of the city work diligently to keep all those assets in a state of good repair in accordance with the applicable regulations of the province and other agencies, as well as to meet the levels of service established by this council and customer expectations and funding limitations. The province has recognized the significance of each and every municipality to have in place an asset management plan for the assets that they own. The city does have that asset management plan. However, they've also added further legislation regarding asset management plans that directly affects the city. That regulation imposes a deadline of July 1st for the city to have a strategic asset management policy in place. So the infrastructure and asset management staff, led by Ken Shakerskoy, has prepared a presentation to provide you an overview of our asset management and the upcoming requirements of the province. Thank you.
Well done. You said his last name twice. That was very good.
I'm keeping to Kent.
That's confidence. Yeah. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, city staff, and members of the public. Tonight I'll be presenting an introduction to asset management, as well as some upcoming city requirements pertaining to this process. The objective for tonight is that everyone will leave knowing what asset management is, why it matters, and what value it brings to the table. Also, what is the role of elected officials, staff, and how these roles fit together. And finally, how do we move forward from here? Over the past several years, some of you may have heard about or become familiar with the term asset management. For those who don't know, I'll briefly explain what it is. First of all, what is an asset? Our community assets are publicly owned. These assets can be made up of natural environment, like wetlands and forests, the constructed environment, like roads, buildings,
and playgrounds, and the equipment and resources needed to maintain what our community has. So our water, sewer, drainage systems, our transportation networks, our walking trails, our green spaces, our sports and recreation facilities are all assets, since they all provide services that our community relies on. Each of these assets performs a function which provides a service that our residents value and have come to expect as part of their everyday lives. Assets exist to provide our community with service. So I want to briefly outline the basic questions that asset management strives to answer. What do we own? Where is it? What is it worth? What condition is it in? What is the level of service, both current and desired, that each asset provides? What is the asset's remaining useful life? Which assets are the most critical? And what is the level of risk to their function and sustainability? What do we need to sustain these services provided by each asset, and when do we need to do it by, and what will it cost? As stewards of community assets, how confident are we that this information is readily available? If we aren't, what would it take to get into a position where we could answer those questions with confidence? Asset management helps us put some rigor and structure around the information we want and need to use to make strategic decisions. So for local governments, engaging in an asset management process allows us to answer the fundamental questions. How do we best care for the assets that deliver services to our residents that they both want and or rely on every day? What they want is safe and sustainable services delivered in a predictable, cost-effective manner. This is one of the primary objectives of asset management, and you'll see it's a kind of a theme through my presentation. In truth, our residents don't want to have to think about it. They just want it to happen without any unpleasant surprises or inconvenient disruptions. Our job is to manage assets and deliver these services in the smoothest and most fiscally responsible manner possible. Asset management is an ongoing process that takes time and continuous effort. An asset management program does not appear overnight and can take years to fully implement. Management means that we don't wait for a crisis or service failure to occur before acting. We minimize and prevent those events through active management and formalized planning. It's about moving from reactive decisions to proactive management. Asset management is not a standalone plan, but a holistic and integrated practice and way of doing business. Everyone has a role to play. The role of an elected official is to provide sound governance over the delivery of services that in turn provide our citizens with the quality of life that they expect. Given that council controls the strategic direction and required resources, it is critical that elected officials understand their role in asset management. Some of you might be asking, we do this all the time, don't we? Well, the answer is yes, in part, but not so much in a formalized manner. Over time, communities' needs change and expectations often grow. Also, the cost of our assets and services have increased, but our investment in them has not necessarily kept pace. There are always other areas where our precious budget funding is required. When we fail to consider the full cost of things like preventive maintenance, evolving operation needs, and asset renewal, the investment we make in our assets is likely to be insufficient. As well, our assets are nearing the end of their useful lifespan faster than we can cover the costs of replacing them. The asset management process acts like a truth serum. It reveals the extent to which we need to more fully understand and invest in the life cycle costs of our assets. So what can asset management do to help our community run more effectively, and what problems does it solve? Our community members want a safe and sustainable services delivered in a predictable, cost-effective manner. It's all about the service. The asset management process formalizes existing management practices. It gives them some rigor and structure. This in turn gives us sound information and helps us determine how best to invest in our assets so that our residents can continue to enjoy the services and amenities that contribute to the quality of their life, and so that they can receive the value of those services without disruption. People don't want surprises. They get irritated when they experience disruptions or poor quality services, or when their expectations are not met. Asset management can help us reduce the risk of these kinds of unpleasant surprises. We need a system that lets us plan for the future, manage inherent risk, maintain our assets over their whole lifespan, and fundamentally invest our limited resources wisely. Asset management is that system. It's a holistic approach to planning, budgeting, and decision-making that is driven by solid information. It is based on the expected levels of service. The asset management process allows us to engage in intentional rather than reactionary oversight of the services we provide. How does asset management deliver value to the community? What are the main components of the asset management process? They are performance, risk, and cost. This pretty simple formula, when implemented and followed, is what allows us to deliver safe and sustainable services in a predictable and cost-effective manner, giving our residents what they want and need. This comes back to what asset management is. It is a process used in decision-making to help us determine how we best care for the infrastructure that delivers services to our community in a way that considers current and future needs. This is the performance component. Manages risk and opportunities, that's the risk component, and uses resources wisely, and this is the cost component. All of these components are important, and it is the interplay between performance, risk, and cost that leads to value. Each of the components of asset management guides us to answer the following questions. Does it do what it's supposed to do and at the level that we expect? What are the risks and consequences of the service being disrupted or discontinued? For example, there's a big difference in the service disruption of a walking trail compared to the service disruption of an underground utility like the provision of drinking water. And how much money do we need to maintain and replace our assets that provide these services? Once again, the components of asset management process that produce value are performance, risk, and cost. But simple doesn't mean necessarily easy. However, once implemented, asset management helps our municipality balance performance, risk, and cost to make better informed infrastructure decisions that maximize value for our community. Next, I'm going to talk about what are the role of the elected officials. Council's role is to establish strategic direction. The responsibility includes establishing the levels of service and determining the commensurate resources through the budgeting process, cost recovery targets, and tax rates. The example used in the earlier slide regarding response time during a snowfall is a great example of the level of service set by council. So is the hours of operation and user fees at our arenas, as another example. It would be awesome to be able to provide endless A+ service delivery. However, the reality is that we must choose which services we are able to provide and to what degree, given the limitations and constraints we operate within. Elected officials represent the asset owners, our residents, and their role is to reflect the needs and desires of these residents. In fact, council plays a key role in determining the levels of service that will be delivered to residents, and in doing so must take into account the residents' expectations, legislative requirements, and our available resources. In order for you as council to set this direction, you need solid information. This information is needed to help answer the following questions about our assets. Regarding performance, what level of service does this asset currently provide? How long will the asset perform at this level under current maintenance and operating conditions? With respect to risk, what is the likelihood and consequence of an asset failing? And then for cost, what budget is required to maintain or change the current level of service that this asset provides? As elected officials, council needs to engage with staff to find the information to answer these questions. Asset management provides council with the data it needs to make great infrastructure decisions. While council sets direction and allocates resources, it is the role of municipal staff to manage risk and maintain the expected level of service to the residents. As well, staff need to be able to provide council with this solid information on our assets. Without this information, we are unlikely to be able to identify possible service disruptions and other risks associated. This is why asset management is a team sport. Once we've determined a desired level of service and the risk associated with an asset, council and staff can work together to establish the cost so that residents can receive full value of the service provided. The variety of services and the level at which we provide them determine our budget. Maintaining the levels of service does not mean that budget remains the same. Cost to provide the same level of service year after year means an increase in things like material costs, labor costs, energy costs, etc. Knowing the performance, risk, and cost of our assets allows us to determine if we are going to have to increase, maintain, or potentially decrease levels of service. The asset management process gives us the information we need to meaningfully address what our assets require while still maintaining the service and quality of life our citizens have come to expect and enjoy. Level of service determines cost and associated budget. Budgeting process needs to start with a conversation about current level of service, how it compares to desired level of service, and before it focuses on tax rate. We've covered what and why. Now let's turn our attention to how and where do we go from here. Time to start a formal process is now. This is, however, a long-term process and commitment. Some of the actions that we can take now is develop a policy to bring back to council, resolution to direct staff to start exploring asset management practices, engaging in a dialogue with staff to determine where the organization is in the data gathering process, and a commitment to using full life cycle cost accounting in our decision making. This means taking into consideration all costs incurred through the whole life of an asset, such as starting with planning, capital cost, operational cost, preventative maintenance, renewal, and disposal. While all of these are important, and asset management policy is a great place to start. Sound asset management practices start with good, clear policies. With a policy in place, we can ensure that the asset management process is the lens through which we make our decisions. By embracing sound asset management practices, council can get the information they need to make great decisions. As Mr. Nicol had alluded to, there's been regulation that's been recently passed in December of 2017, Ontario Regulation 588/17. The province approved this regulation on asset management planning. The purpose of the regulation is to ensure that all municipalities have a comprehensive asset management plan in place by July 1st of 2024. The regulation prescribes a timetable for implementation as well as the elements required, and here's a quick overview. Okay, the strategic asset management policy is due by July 1st of 2019. And it requires the municipalities to outline commitment to best practices and continuous improvement. Phase 1 of the asset management plan process is for the core assets, which consist of our sewers, our drainage systems, our water main network, our roads, and our bridges and culverts. And that is due by July 1st of 2021, and it's supposed to specifically include items like an inventory of our assets, current levels of service, and the cost to maintain those levels of service. Phase 2 of the asset management plan is due by July 21st of 2023, and that is the same as phase 1, but for all remaining assets. Asset management plan phase 3, due by July of 2024, is building on phases 1 and 2 by adding proposed levels of service, life cycle management, and financial strategies. And moving forward, these plans are to be updated every 5 years, and there's a requirement to report annually to council on progress made on any goals and objectives set in those plans. Turning to the asset management policy specifically, that's due beginning of next month. There's some items that the regulation does prescribe that need to be included, and these are things such as which municipal goals, plans, and policies the asset management plan will support, the process for how the asset management plan affects development of the municipal budget, principles that will guide the asset management plan, the process for alignment with the Ontario Land Use Planning Framework, commitment to consider climate change mitigation and adaptation, municipalities' approach to continuous improvement and how that's embedded within the asset management processes, identification of staff responsible and the executive lead, and how council will be involved in the development of the asset management plans. And then a commitment to provide opportunities to engage the public during its development. So the next steps. Draft of the policy has essentially been completed. We will be circulating the draft of the policy later this week to all senior staff or their designated asset management representative. There will be a review and approval at senior staff level with potential input from council if they so desire, and we will be finalizing the policy and then presenting it to council at the next meeting on June 25th. To sum up, why asset management? Asset management is a series of process and information improvements that enable you to see not only the likely consequence of the decisions you take today, but also of the actions that you don't take. I'm going to use a bit of an analogy here. Without asset management, you're operating in the dark. It's like driving at night with your headlights only showing a few meters of the coming road in front of you. You're only able to see a little way ahead, and all of your decision making, whether for short or long-term goals, is constrained by having such a limited view. Introducing asset management is like switching on your high beams. Suddenly, with a better view of the likely consequences of your actions, you can now see a longer distance before you. You can move forward more confidently, make better decisions, avoid potential problems because you understand the likely consequences of action and inaction. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions, and I just want to make a comment that FCM, I borrowed from some great resources they have in putting this presentation together.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, we're looking then for a motion to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Ioannoni, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's great. Thanks very much. We'll have to get you an updated picture of City Hall in there too. Tracking our infrastructure, you know. Thank you very much. Moving along to item 9.1. This is the funding request for walk-in mental health clinic for youth in Niagara Falls. Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Ioannoni and second by Councillor Lococo. And so the recommendation before you, council approve the request for one-time funding of $20,000 and enter into an agreement to support a new mental health services for youth in Niagara Falls. This is a partnership with Pastoral Mental Health, and that the city helped to secure a space to hold the clinic in Niagara Falls. We've already had a number come forward. You should see I've got an email here that we've got the Niagara Falls Community Health Center, the Niagara Medical Group, and Project Share, among others that have come forward and are offering us space. So, and I'm sorry, that's what I meant to say, Heart Niagara. So you've heard the motion. It's been seconded. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Excellent, thank you. Okay, OLG funding, 9.2. Mr. Budget Chair, I don't know if you, where would you rather work from? Okay, so I'm gonna give up my seat to our Budget Chair, Councillor Pietrangelo, and this falls under his yes?
Could I interrupt just for 1 second, just for a procedural matter? Later on the agenda, under the bylaws, there is a bylaw listed for the development charges study. It came to attention to staff today, and there is an email on council's desk that that bylaw, some of it had to be updated or amended to take into effect that Bill 108 did receive royal assent earlier today. So we do have from Hemson Consultants, Jackie present. She's at the back of the room here. Unfortunately, she can't stay long to the point where the bylaws will be discussed later in the agenda. If council had any questions to the passing of that bylaw, it would be appropriate to ask that now. Otherwise, we could just move that as part of the bylaws later in the agenda.
Okay, so item 9.3, the development charges, council's had a chance to go through that, and it comes forward with 4 recommendations. So the question, do we have any questions for her? For Jackie, if you do, we can bring her forward and we can get them answered. And if you don't, then we can move the recommendations. So do we have some direction? Yes, Councillor. Okay, Moved by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Campbell, that we move the 4 recommendations. We'll call that vote. All those, oh, did you have a comment? I'm sorry, folks. Yeah.
What about Bill 108? How does this impact this?
Bill 108, how does that, maybe we'll get Ms. Halden.
Yeah, Jackie may be able to answer
Yeah.
that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's a
Welcome.
pleasure to be back before you again this evening.
Do you really mean that?
Well, I
Don't
do,
answer that.
wholeheartedly. If I may, just to clarify the question, is it about what the specific impacts of Bill 108 mean to the development charge bylaw?
Yes.
Yes, so through the mayor. Recently, we received information from the legislature indicating that Bill 108 was being brought forward to amend the Development Charges Act as well as the Planning Act. I see in your council agenda this evening, you actually have quite a few letters that you're endorsing with respect to some of the consequences of that bill itself. What we learned in the past couple days, reviewing the legislation as it's been brought forward into its 2nd and 3rd reading, it did go into its 3rd reading today. It has not received royal assent yet. However, we are anticipating it will receive royal assent on Thursday. So the timing of the approval of this bylaw is quite critical that we do this evening. With respect to the minor changes that we are proposing to bring forward, effectively, we've been trying to get some legal opinions on exactly what the transition language means. Portions of the bill are going to become effective immediately, and other things will be proclaimed at a later date. The transition provision in the proposed bill and the amendments to the Development Charges Act, it is our understanding that that will come into force effective immediately upon royal assent, which could be Thursday. What we've done to the bylaw that we're bringing forward to you this evening is we're simply removing the language around repealing your existing bylaw. This has to do with the fact that your existing bylaw 2014-87, certain services of that may actually remain in force and frozen. We're not exactly sure what will happen, but that will come Thursday when the bill actually receives royal assent. So that's effectively the change that's been brought forward. We haven't changed any of the definitions or the provisions. It's just simply removing the language that your existing bylaw is repealed. We've also changed the effective date to the expiry of your current bylaw. So originally we were proposing that the bylaw become effective this evening. We are now proposing that it become effective July 8th, which is when your bylaw expires.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Is that good? Okay, great. So we have the motion and second. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, so I'll just run from up here right now. Okay, our budget chair is okay with that. He's giving me the approval. Okay, so 9.2, we're gonna deal with the report and attachments for the OLG funding report. Ms. Clark, I believe this is your report, so I don't know if you wanted to introduce it or if you had anything you wanted to say to it. Or maybe you weren't expecting that? So I like to do, keep everybody on their toes, right? Give them a hard name to say, whatever, you know.
No, I didn't have a lot of comments, but I'm certainly welcome to, open to taking any questions that council has regarding it.
Okay, thank you. So council, you see, we've got some OLG funds that came in our last installment. There's suggestions here from staff on critical list of priorities that they've suggested that we apply the money toward, and we're looking for some discussion. Yes, Councillor Carrier.
Your Worship, I'd be prepared to move it, except I'd like to pull number 3. And there's some things that council has asked for that has not been given to us. On number 3, so pull it, defer number 3. And number 4 was, I thought, supposed to be deferred till we got the decision from the province on what's going to happen before we go ahead and order the truck. So I'm not suggesting that we take the money out. I'm suggesting that we just defer the ordering of it until we get the word from the province on whether or not it'll still be owned by the citizens of Niagara Falls, or if it'll be moved to Wainfleet or Port Colborne or where it would go. So yeah, I thought that that's what we were going to do. So if we want to leave the money in, I'm fine with it. I don't know whether with the rest of council is or not, but I just have that deferred, the ordering of it, until September, October, when we get the word from the province on amalgamation and how it affects fire.
Okay, so do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Okay, so it's a motion to move the recommendation with the deferral on items 3, to come back with further financial report from our staff, and item 4, simply deferred, put in reserve until we find out what's happening with amalgamation and the
Correct,
governance
Your
review.
Worship, but not approve item 3. It's deferred until it comes back with the information.
Right, that's not what I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Both are deferred, items 3 and item 4 are deferred. Councillor Ioannoni.
Maybe ask the fire chief in regard, because if I remember correctly, I remember Tiffany standing up and saying that one of the fire trucks was at the end of its lifespan, and that, if I'm not mistaken, it was a liability, it was becoming a liability, which is why it was before us at the time. I think we had that conversation, so maybe
Yeah.
one of them.
Chief?
Your Worship, through you to the councillors. Basically, when they look at our insurance for the citizens in Niagara Falls, they use the fire underwriter survey process, and the recommendation from them is all of our fire trucks are frontline for 15 years and then in reserve for an additional 5 years, making it 20. We have a tanker truck that we're recommending or trying to fund. It's up in 20 years as of 2019. So although I understand the issue with regards to deferring the cost, the problem is now we're caught because we have a fire apparatus that is a first-line fire apparatus at 20 years in our volunteers, and it's going to be not qualifying for insurance rebates for our citizens. At the same time, it will, regardless if we go regional or not, I don't see that truck going to Waynefleet or going anywhere. The other issue is it's at least a 12-month build from when we give the permission to go ahead and do it. So if we can, what we're asking for, or what I had asked for through staff, was to be allowed to order it now with the idea of funding it in 2020. Because we need, it's a 12-month build. So my concern from the fire chief's perspective is basically it's the insurance issue. The truck's 20 years old, it's tired, it's worn out, and we need to replace it.
Can I ask a question? What do we do with this truck when we do retire?
The head of maintenance or the mechanical division will send it to auction.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Councillor Ioannoni.
I just think in regards to liability and the fact that that truck is at the end of use and safety for, did you say it's our volunteers that use that?
That's correct, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote against taking it out of the budget. I don't think it's not a want. I think it's a need, and I would leave it in there right now. And we did try to ask at FCM if we could have a ballot in for the fire truck that was on display on the floor, but they just wouldn't let us do
Didn't
it.
let you?
We did try.
It's odd. Councillor Thompson, did you have?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's at the end of its life. Let's move on. I don't think the amalgamation or whatever is happening is important enough to worry about with fire department safety.
Especially our volunteers.
Any other, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. I have a question. Under new business, I was going to ask about the Millennium Clock, but I do see on attachment 1 under recreation and culture, there's a line for $50,000 that deals with pylon signs and clocks retrofit. So I wanted to ask if that was specific to the Millennium Clock, because it hasn't worked in a long time, and I'm really hoping to get it back functional again.
I hope so.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So remember that, yes.
But we invested a lot of money in that.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to
Ms.
let it go.
Moldenhauer, can you enlighten us?
I can. The 50,000 is to do some minor repairs on the McBain pylon sign and the Millennium Clock. So there's 2 projects. The Millennium Clock, of course, requires a complete refresh, where the McBain sign is a repair.
That's great. That's one less thing on new business.
Good, excellent. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question regarding the hospital reserve fund. I was speaking to Ms. Clark today, and I just wanted to go over some of the information that she gave to me. I thought it would be helpful. I asked how much money we had in the reserve fund. We have about $7 million right now. To fund the the hospital, it would be 22 million, and to fund the land, another 11 million. So that's 33 million, and we have 7. There's no provincial money in there. So I just wanted to bring it up for discussion. What are our plans to fund that, and where is it coming from?
Okay. Well, I know what some communities do. They add a fee onto their levy. And I was speaking with the mayor of Windsor a couple of weeks ago, and that's what they're doing there now. As a matter of fact, when they break ground, they're going to have already raised all of their money. I know for the St. Catherine's Hospital, they did that as well. They added a regional and municipal levy, and I'm not sure if it was Thorold as well, to pay for their hospital. So I don't know if, Ms. Clark, you have an idea, or you're looking for direction from us on how we're going to come up with the rest of the money, because we'll have to be in for, like you say, 33 million bucks, and we're a little bit ways to go yet.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In doing a thorough review of the OLG funding to date over the last 6 years, I have been going through past council reports and motions, and I did uncover one about the hospital funding, which indicated the 22 million, which, to be clear, that said estimate in it. I don't know what the final is going to be. I do still need to do more research on that myself. There was a direction from council that staff report back with a funding strategy for the hospital, but I haven't found, I'm not sure that has come back yet, so I think that's probably something that should come forward, but I would, oh, yes?
Oh, yeah, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, I just wanted to say that the last time that we did talk about giving some direction to staff about what to do with the OLG funds, we did talk about putting more money into the hospital reserve. And I think that from a good news perspective, I mean, we've already collected $7 million. That's a lot of money to put forward so far to our new hospital. So that's a good news story, really. I mean, we're well ahead of the game compared to other municipalities.
Yeah, well, that's good news. So I don't know if that answers your question, Councillor. I mean, she's still waiting to come back with a further report on strategy to raise the remaining funds.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions on the motion? So you understand the motion. The motion is to move the report with the exception of 2 deferrals, items 3 and 4. Okay? So if there's no, I'm sorry, 3 and 5. Okay.
Can you separate them?
Yeah.
No, it was 3 and 4. Yeah.
It is 3 and 4.
Yeah.
3 and 4, sorry.
Okay, so yes, we can separate that if that's what you like. Is that what you like, to separate it?
Yes.
Okay, so then why don't we do this? So we'll call moving of items 1, 2, and 5, and then we'll vote on 3 and 4 separately. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so the motion to move items 1, 3, and 5. All those in favor?
1, 2, and 5.
1, 2, and 5. It's getting late, I guess. 1, 2, and 5. Okay, that's approved. Okay, now item 3, this is the deferral of the YMC funds till we get further financials. Any questions on that? Okay, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's deferred. And then item 4, deferral of the tanker truck until we find, for a few months till we hear back from the governance review and amalgamation report. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, so then that,
Buying it.
well, okay, the deferral didn't pass.
So I move that we purchase it.
Okay, motion to, well, let's make it official. Moved by Councillor Ioannoni to purchase, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, no, fine, all right. Okay, so we're done on that one. MW 2019-15 Crop Street Infrastructure Replacements.
Move the recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? That's approved. MAD Canada Memorial Sign Request. Oh, we've got 2 people here that have asked to briefly speak. Is Bob Peerway and Robin Edwards here?
That's fine. I still like to move it.
Okay. You'll be first on the list as soon as we get there. Are all you folks here for MAD? MAD request?
Sort of. We're not associated with MAD. We just went to a conference with MAD.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, my name is Robin Edwards. All right. I first want to thank Mayor Mr. Diodati, the whole City Council, and especially the city staff who assisted in presenting this proposal. They did great work and was fantastic in communicating with us through the whole process. In February 2017, my wife and I got that phone call during the night everyone dreads to get. Our daughter Jessica was in a car accident, and we must get to the hospital as soon as possible. In November 2017, the Paraway family got the dreaded knock on the door in the middle of the night by the police informing them of their daughter Julia's tragedy. 2 lives were lost and many more destroyed in something that is preventable. The information is out there, but people will still get behind the wheel of their vehicle and drive while being impaired. People read about it in the papers, but soon it is forgotten as if it was an urban legend. These signs remind people that it does happen, and it gives a name to the individual. I hope that council will pass a proposal for the sign on Bigger Road, and if possible, to give your support so that we can present the same proposal to the regional government for the sign on Taylor and Mountain Road. Thank you very much, and now my friend Bob Paraway would like to say a few words too.
Okay, thank you, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members and staff, thank you. I really do appreciate your time and consideration on this matter. Should we be successful in our asking of the erection of this sign on Bigger Road on behalf of my daughter Julia, I would kindly ask that if a letter of support could possibly be drafted up for Robin and his family. Although his daughter did die within city limits on Mountain and Taylor Road, I understand it is regional roads. So I would kindly ask that possibly could be done on his behalf so we could have something in hand. Should my request be granted, we could take that in hand because we're going to approach them the way we've approached you here this evening. Just quickly, my family and I, when we lost our daughter in November 2017, we went to our first MAG conference, national conference at the end of April in 2018. And it was very shocking to see the number of people that are afflicted by this serious crime. We were rather in shock mode, having only gone just mere 5 months after our daughter's passing. A lot of people commended myself and my wife on us being able to put ourselves out there to receive help and support so soon after our daughter's passing. And something that I took from that was the number of people that I'd met across this country that are affected by this and have felt tragedy in their lives, whether a family member or a relative, what have you. And it was the support, not so much that I received from MAG Canada, it was the people themselves that have gone through the same tragedy that we have gone through. And I made damn sure that I was going to go again this year because the support I received from complete strangers, I knew that if I went back again this year at the end of April, which there are national conferences every year in Toronto, there was going to be somebody there just like me. And I can honestly say, even though I knew there was going to be other people like me, I had no idea the number of families that were going to be there like us. And it wasn't until the second time that we went to this conference, our eyes were really opened up to what MAG Canada can offer to us. I believe you have some information on the costs associated that is covered by MAG Canada. We really felt it was necessary that something hopefully could be put in place for my daughter and hopefully his daughter, not just to remember them, but to bring that awareness that this does happen, it continues to happen. And you know, if one little good thing could come out of our daughter's lives is just a reminder to people that impaired driving, whether it be through drugs and or alcohol, to maybe think twice and hopefully, you know, it doesn't happen, especially in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Pietrangelo and Iannoni.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess through you to both speakers, I just want to say that I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say our sincere condolences to both your families. I can't imagine anything more tragic than losing one of your children to something that is 100% preventable. I think if we could offer a small token of awareness by erecting a sign, then we're all happy to do that. If we can offer a letter of support to the region so that when you go and you ask for another sign to be erected on Taylor Road, then I would add that to the motion. So, Your Worship, I'd be happy to make the recommendation along with letter of support to the region for Taylor Road.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Ioannoni. Yep.
Yes, our condolences, and I have to say, I lost my sister-in-law to a drunk driver 33 years ago, and I remember the phone call as if it was yesterday. And as you're speaking, I'm thinking, and in 33 years, they're still drinking and driving. And people do not understand, it's not an accident, it's a willful choice. So I think it's a shame we have to continue to have MAD, and that you have to continue to give your message, but I congratulate you, because getting out there all the time is very brave.
Thank you.
And I have to echo the comments. You're very brave that you're doing what you're doing, and it's very nice for the other people that come behind you, unfortunately, that you'll be there to support them as well. So we have a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Ioannoni. We'll call that vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Move the consent agenda.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carrier, that we move the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. We'll move along to the consent agenda tonight.
Lundy's Lane, BIA.
Hold on, are we there? Oh, yeah, okay. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we approve the Lundy's Lane BIA budget. All those in favor? That's approved. We've got the Main and Ferry BIA, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Dabrowski, that we approve that. All those in favor? And that's approved, thank you. We've got a number of letters regarding the Ontario government's recent decisions on library services. We've got a number of letters here and resolutions, and I believe we've got our library. Yes, we do. We have our, there she is, okay. Did you want to comment at all about these letters or anything about the library on these resolutions? Yeah, if you want to just come to the microphone, just real brief. I mean, we've looked at them, but you're here for obvious reasons.
Sure. Thank you so much. I would just add that our staff have been working on a document that we hope to share with council for the July meeting, and it'll go to our board meeting on June 19th. But it will discuss the impact of the provincial cuts on our Niagara region, and specifically our community of Niagara Falls. Many communities are banding together and asking their city councils to pass a motion in support of continuing the funding to the OLSs. And just to be specific, there are two OLSs. There's one, the Southern Ontario Library Services is the OLS that provides services to the Niagara region, but there is also OLS North, and that organization provides funding to the northern region. Both OLSs, their provincial budget was cut by just over 50%, so the impact is being felt throughout the province for sure.
So should we wait for your report back to us?
I think that would be the best.
Okay, so thank you very much. So we're looking for a motion to receive that? Okay, moved by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. The Niagara Falls Public Library in Chippewa. There's a recommendation that we refer this to staff. Okay, moved by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. There's the opposition to Bill 108. Okay, motion by Councillor Carrier that we receive and file, second by Councillor Strange. Councillor Thompson.
Well, it looks like this is going to pass anyway. At the last meeting, I asked Mr. Hurlovich if he would give us all the details of this 108, and he's not here tonight, but for next meeting, I think we should hear, because this is huge impact on municipalities.
Yes.
So I would move that we have a report back.
Okay, are you guys agreeable to that? And just ask for staff to send a report back on the outcome of the legislation.
You want to just read the paper?
What's that? He wants- Okay, so the motion is to receive and file and to get a report back from staff on a summary of what's been approved. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you. Ontario Housing Supply Action Plan. The recommendation is for the information of council to receive. Yes, Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's for the information for council. Back in December, we had a report on homelessness and housing, and we were going to talk about it when we talked about our strategic priorities, which we're now putting off until after the amalgamation. But what I would suggest is not only we look at a housing action plan, but a homeless action plan and a drug action plan. Going to the FCM conference over the weekend, it was very apparent that those three things work together, and you can't have one without the other. So once we know what's going on with the region, I would strongly suggest that we work on those three things.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannoni?
Thank you. And there's different municipalities in Ontario now using different strategies. Hamilton has passed the tiny house initiative. So they are creating a tiny house community to help the homeless. I can't remember the other Ontario town, the article's at my house, but they're using train container boxes because there are people making houses out of train container boxes, and another Ontario municipality is doing that. And then in the Toronto Star last week, there was an article about someone who had passed away and they left their house to the Red Roof, is it Red Roof? For homeless youth who can live there, and they pay $475 to live there and have their own mini apartment with a shared kitchen, their own shower. At FCM, they said it is amazing how when you give somebody the dignity of a bed and a clean shower, how much they can turn their life around. So I don't think we're not looking outside of the box, and I think we have to look outside of the box and to see what other communities are doing, because I don't think it's just affordable housing. Developers are not bringing affordable housing to us. I had gone home the evening you discussed the affordable housing over here on Park, and it's only 40 or 50 units out of 300. That isn't going to help the Niagara Falls homeless. That is going to help the list who is at the region that is taller than you and I, times 5. So it's not going to specifically deal with the Niagara Falls homelessness issue. So I think I'd like staff to bring back a report on Hamilton's initiative that their council passed for a tiny house initiative, because I think there's so many different prongs we can use to fix what's going on. We're never going to fix it, but to make a better situation than what we have now.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Regional Councillor Leanna Bilala from Welland is putting together a whole thing on tiny houses that she sent to me a couple weeks ago, that she's going to be coming to council to present this exact idea. She's really jumping in. So, we'll receive the information and ask staff to come back with an update on the report on what they're doing in Hamilton with tiny homes.
Please.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Ioannoni, second by Councillor Lococo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you.
Can I just say one
Yep.
thing? In that homeless and housing initiative, we keep getting emails in regards to how Airbnb is affecting homelessness. And they had a professor there whose full-time job now he's a PhD, is to study the effects of Airbnb on homelessness. And he said that the homes that are renting out one room, is 1 to 2% of all of Airbnbs that are being created. He said that initiatives, the ones that are hurting communities and hotel stats are when they buy a 5 or 6 bedroom house and rent it out in mass. He said that is 98% of the Airbnbs out there. And those are the complaints in each and every municipality. It is the mass houses or the 3-bedroom apartments or those unmanaged that are the problem, but not the 1-2% who are renting out a single room to augment income. I thought it was really fascinating to listen to him. And he brought up a screen in his community. He's in Montreal, and he brought up the dots, and it was covered in blue dots. And then he said, I follow these dots every day. This is my work. And he said, and I will show you how many have a permit. And he hit a button, and there were 3 blue dots that had a permit. And then he said, I will show you how many are a house with 1 room or 2 rooms max. Hit a dot, there was only like 20 out of the 500 dots he had up there. So I took notes and I'll bring them when we talk about it, but I really think we need to get more information on that too.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I think I do that full-time also.
You got the
And-
dots on your tie.
Pardon me?
You have the dots on your tie.
Yeah. This is a serious, you go online, I was at a meeting and somebody, I said there were 500 of these in the city. And he said, where do you get your information? He said, there's over 3,000 and they're not one room. They're, well, your situation, your former house has got, there was 6 or 8 cars in the driveway on the weekend. I went by because of the complaints from everybody there. There is huge bedrooms in all of them, and they keep this, I think Niagara Falls is unique with respect to this. That information, I would like a report back to find out exactly where we stand with this, because they're not one room they're renting out. Because if it was, it could be a bed and breakfast. We have those anyway. Totally different from Airbnbs and vacation rentals. That's all I hear every weekend. Emails and phone calls, all my weekend.
So maybe we get an update, motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Ioannoni, that we get an update from staff on the status of vacation rentals in Niagara Falls. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's approved, thank you. Item 11.7, athletics, Niagara Oaks Park, looking to refer to staff, moved by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? That's approved. 11.8, Regional Niagara, there's a bunch of correspondence here, just looking for the information of council, looking to receive and file the information. Moved by Councillor Campbell, second by Councillor Carrier, that we receive and file the correspondence. All those in favor? That's approved. Item 11.9, Niagara District Airport Commission appointment of auditors. Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Lococo, that we appoint Crawford, Smith, and Swallow. All those in favor? And that's approved. 11.10, flag raising of the Filipino-Canadian Association of Niagara on June the 12th. Moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Campbell. All those in favor? And that's approved. Item 11.11, proclamation request from Stamford Kiwanis Club that the Niagara Falls will be celebrating the 60th diamond anniversary in June. We recognize June as Stamford Kiwanis Month, City of Niagara Falls. Moved by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? And that's approved. Item 11.12, flag raising and proclamation request national access awareness. Okay, that's moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? That's approved. The NPCA, we've got, yes, Councillor Ioannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read the recommendation and I'd like to make a motion that we appoint, and that's what we're doing, right? We can appoint.
Or we're gonna, or vote,
Or
one
vote.
of the two, yeah.
For,
I think, yeah, so I don't know, you can make a vote, but I have a feeling everyone's gonna wanna put their own vote on it. I think that's what I've been hearing, people wanna vote tonight.
oh, that's what we're doing. It's like, this is like a recreation?
Yeah, like a ballot
Okay.
thing, yeah.
All right.
So, folks, if everybody's comfortable with voting, you can put your, you've got a list there of 24 names. Yes, Councillor Campbell?
What did we vote for? You'll notice that,
One.
fifth name has been deleted. That was my.
Yes.
Helga Campbell.
Yes, so Helga Campbell's name is not up for nomination. Thank you. Oh, and it's been removed, okay.
Bill?
We vote for one, okay?
Yeah.
I know. Fancy paper?
It's your own custom
agenda covers.
Is that what it is? Good.
Well, if we want to.
Yeah, move along.
Move on, then I'll come back to that.
Okay, item 1114, well, they look at the ballots. This is the Audit and Accountability Fund. This is from the province where they've been so kindly offered to go through our books and find efficiencies and whatnot. So, what's that? It's, the price is free.
I think. Second.
I just want to be clear, excuse me, is it free, Ms. Clark? I just want to confirm that. Let's just,
All I can really tell you is what's been attached, and they do indicate that they, it's expected that most review projects will be less than 250,000. However, projects will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and funding amounts may depend on the available appropriation. So,
Oh, that wasn't there announced.
they don't totally say free, no.
They don't say it at all. I don't think it's free.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also had a conversation with Ms. Clark about what year is it? Because the information that they were,
And what year are they paying us?
the information that they were giving before was that we could go back to 2018, 2017. We're in the middle of 2019. Is it for future? And none of that was in there. So that's my question about what year are we auditing? We've already spent money in 2018, 2017. We're partially through 2019. Where are we? What year are we auditing?
Well, I would think we can't change anything we've already done, so what can we do going forward? So, well, do we want to make a motion that up to, you said up to 250,000? Well, that's a little bit vague.
it's really unclear. It says it's case by case. I really couldn't tell you.
Okay, yes,
Can
Councillor?
we make our motion, a friendly amendment that say we will accept your audit as long as it's free?
Yeah, yes, yep.
If I can just add, my requirement from you right now is to know if we're interested, and I just need to email the province yes or no.
Okay.
And then June 30th, I have to submit a completed application, so possibly between now and then, we'll maybe get some more information about it, and
So-
I'll bring a report back.
So we're interested in a free audit.
Yes, yeah. So, motion by Councillor Ioannoni, second by Councillor Thompson, that we are interested in a free audit. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay. There are nothing to ratify for any camera bylaws. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo and seconded by Councillor Strange to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor?
Can I just point out that based on discussions earlier this evening, there is one additional bylaw. It'll be number 2019-70 to appoint Councillor Dabrowski to the Accessibility Advisory Committee for the current term. Also, we will be replacing the old 2019-69, which was the development charges bylaw, with the new bylaw that was distributed in front of council at the start of tonight's meeting. Therefore, renumbering the bylaws through now to 2019-71 will become the confirmatory bylaw.
Okay, so that's the motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange to give the bylaws, the updated bylaws, a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? That's approved, thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have a tally for our NPCA representative? Do we have a person?
Yes, based on the 9 votes received, council would be appointing Mr. Rick Brady. He had received 6 votes, Barbara Greenwood with 2, and Diane Monroe with 1.
Okay, so we have, looking for a motion to appoint Rick Brady as the NPCA rep for the city of Niagara Falls. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get a motion. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. What's that?
Yeah, you made the motion.
Why? If I could. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio, that we make that announcement, that appointment. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. New business? We have new business. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to provide some good news to our council and to our community. Heart Niagara responded to a request some time ago from the United Way in December 2018. The United Way was looking to support the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program, which helps to provide free income tax filings for people in need by engaging other local agencies and learning about the program and considering becoming a host. The United Way could no longer provide this service. The program appeared to be in jeopardy, so Heart Niagara, under the Queen Street Cares banner, provided the home and resources. It should be noted that there were 455 appointments made. This is all done free of charge. There were 410 files returned, and the total tax credits filed were $1,167,434, which is a fantastic service that was provided to those less fortunate in our community. And in the big picture, if they had to go to a tax company or a tax preparer, there was an additional savings of more than $25,000. So, hats off to Heart Niagara.
Yeah, great job. Good news story. Thank you for sharing that, Councillor. New business, Councillor Pietrangelo.
I'm up.
You're up.
On the bright side, Your Worship, I have one less. I'll announce that again.
That's bright.
Your Worship, I mentioned it already. I wanted to send a letter of appreciation to John McBain and his wife Marcy McCall for their gift to students in Niagara Falls. I believe that there were 7 students that were awarded total scholarship value of like $32,000. I think that's what the paper had reported, so I thought it would be appropriate to send a letter of appreciation from the mayor. So I'll gladly make that motion.
Moved by, yes, Councillor, or Councillor.
Yeah, I wonder if we could add to that.
Sure.
About his donation of half of his entire income with the group.
Absolutely.
And just the guy from Niagara Falls do that. Let's add that to it.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Your Worship.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Motion, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, Your Worship. He definitely is a leader in the world in terms of philanthropy, so it would be appropriate to add that.
So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson, that we send congratulatory notes to the 7 students in Niagara Falls that received the grants, and also a note of thanks to John and his wife for what they've done for philanthropy globally. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I wanted to send a letter of appreciation to Stuart Branscombe as well.
Yes.
I know I had brought up the walls as well over on Montrose Road. Mr. Branscombe had gone in and redone all of the subdivision markers that he had originally built at his own cost. So there wasn't a single dollar from taxpayers that went into the rebuilding of the walls. They look absolutely wonderful. The vinyl siding is gone.
You don't like that?
And I'm still waiting for the report to come back from staff as to how we're going to treat these walls in the future, because obviously if a developer doesn't step up like Mr. Branscombe did and foot the bill himself or herself, then I think it's going to become a sticky situation, Your Worship. I really don't like the idea that these walls are the responsibility of the person that lives on the corner. There's nothing in place that says that that person can't tear it down. And as a subdivision, I think that's wrong. One person who lives on the corner shouldn't be in charge of whether or not the wall stays up. It should be something that's there for the subdivision. So hopefully we have a better plan going forward. But in the meantime, Your Worship, just a letter of appreciation I think would be nice from the city.
Okay, that's great. And then I know Mr. Nichol will have that on his list. I know he's chomping at the bit to get working on that. So we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo and seconded by Councillor Carrio that we send a letter of thanks to Mr. Branscombe for what he did in rebuilding around Mount Carmel, those brick walls. So we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay. Yes, of course, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship.
A few more.
Sorry, I don't want to take all the time. Your Worship,
Take your time.
we all got an email in regards to trailers parked in driveways, and I know that last year we had made a decision to, I guess, put things in a holding pattern. The one letter that we just recently received, I thought that the resident that sent it had an incredible argument, and he said, you know, the city only allows a 3.5-foot fence up until the sidewalk. You know, why do I have to look at a 9-foot wall? And it makes a lot of sense. Your Worship, I really thought that staff were supposed to come back with something that was tailored more to the nuisance side of things. So that, you know, if you were parking in a driveway and it was a clear obstruction to your neighbor, that wasn't something that we were going to allow. But if you had access to, let's say, your own side yard, you know, then that's not really that big of a nuisance. So am I wrong on that, or
No.
am I waiting, like, are we still waiting for something to come back? in this
Yes,
regard?
and we were just dealing in our office with something recently. It was a very similar situation. I just don't recall where that's at, but I know that it's in the works. There's a report that's supposed to be coming. So maybe we can just
an update?
Yeah, so maybe our acting CAO
When
can
we can
get on
expect it?
Yeah, get an update on the trailer parked in driveway bylaws. Yeah, so we'll get on, so we'll follow up and bring something back. Yes, okay. Councillor Thompson. Oh, you have more?
Sorry, Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, my last one, Your Worship, is just in regards to the process that we use in regards to grass cutting.
Yes.
And I know I've already spoken to you about this. I know Council has received some emails on this. We continually deal with some properties that are the exact same in regards to maintenance of grass. And we've all seen the pictures of people that have to live beside properties where the grass is 3 feet long. Our process used to be that we would, you know, the complaint would get called into bylaw, a bylaw officer would go out there, a bylaw officer would look, say, yeah, it's an infraction, come back to City Hall, write a notice to cut the grass, send it out to the resident, give them so many days to actually complete it, and then have to go back after to see whether or not the grass was cut. If the grass was cut, complaint was done. If the grass wasn't cut, then the bylaw officer would have to call our own cutter and then have that person go out and maintain the grass or cut it down to where it should be at. It's a long process, Your Worship. So years ago, we actually changed the process and said that, okay, we're no longer going to re-notify every single time. If I've already let you know once what the bylaw is, then why should I have to let you know every single time what the bylaw is? You know, what we're doing is we're eating up staff time, and we're just frustrating the residents that have to live beside a property that isn't properly maintained. So somewhere along the way, the process was changed, Your Worship. We no longer do that, although I know it wasn't a council direction. So I'd like to go back to the way that we did it. And I'm trying to figure out why we're still not doing it the way that council asked us to do it. So.
Well, the original way was that we always called before we cut, and then it was changed to we don't call before we cut, and it was a customer service thing. And I can tell you, I had a personal incident, and I'll tell you, where it was a family member, and it was like it is now. It's been wet, rainy, and they're waiting for a good opportunity. And on the day that they went to cut the grass, the city had already cut. And it wasn't so much a problem with tall grass as a nuisance neighbor that was complaining about it. And as a result, there was, you might not be aware, when we cut your grass, we add $300 to the bill, service charge. So you get a $300 bill plus another couple hundred for cutting it, or more. Sometimes it's thousands. And you have to pay it. And I said, why would we not take a minute to call or email the person to notify them that this date we're coming to cut? And if you don't cut, and with all due respect, I understand people have problems or incessant problems, but to me, customer service, it takes an extra few minutes to notify the person, to give them a chance to do it right. I think the other way, you're catching them doing it wrong instead of encouraging them to do it right. And sometimes, like I said, it's grass. Look at how many tall grass there is right now, because our own parks are a disaster right now because they can't get in with the equipment and cut it. So we'd be getting bylaw infractions. I would be more supportive personally if we want to ask staff to come back with policies and suggestions on how we could review it. I just couldn't support just sending out a crew to cut grass without making a quick phone call or sending an email. We were getting into a lot of problems before that I was dealing with because people were saying, why didn't someone call me? I wasn't aware, or I didn't know it was at the 6-inch mark. It was pretty close. And they're getting these bills with $300 added on, and they're getting really upset. I thought it was a customer service thing to at least give them the heads up. Yes.
Just in response to that, Your Worship, and I can appreciate the fact that you might have had a bad experience. I think everyone that has to live beside one of these properties has a bad experience as well. And their bad experience is that there's a definite time lag in terms of when the grass is too high and when the bylaw officer actually gets there and when the notification goes out and when the grass actually gets cut. And it's just a vicious cycle. It just keeps happening. I mean, a lot of times it's the same properties that happen over and over. And I know you talked about a phone call or an email, but that's not the process that's there right now. The process is that the bylaw officer goes out, measures whether or not the grass is too tall, comes back to City Hall, writes up the paperwork, sends the paperwork to the resident, gives them a time period to cut it, then goes back after and inspects as to whether or not they've even cut the grass. If they haven't cut the grass, then calls a cutter to actually go out. There's a definite time lag there, and people know what the bylaw is. So I would gladly support a report, Your Worship, but I already know what side I'm on. I'm on the side of just streamlining things, giving our staff less to do, sending out one notice to the resident, letting them know this is what our policy is. You know, it's like a parking meter. I mean, when you go back to a parking meter and you're out of time, you don't really need to be notified why.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Campbell.
I don't understand why, thank you, Your Worship, I don't understand why the bylaw officer has to come back to fill out the forms. Why can't he not be like a parking attendant and fill the form out right there and then?
Maybe that's got to be part of our report. We need
That
more.
would save at least a week's time,
Right.
right?
Yeah, with a little handheld computer. And he could probably send the thing right to the person, right to the person on the roll, the property tax owner. Yeah, we've got the technology.
I'm happy to be in favor of anything that will streamline
Okay.
it so that people don't have to live beside these properties.
Yep.
And then, you know, the toughest thing is to tell them, yeah, well, it's going through the process right now. And then they ask what the process is. And then they get frustrated themselves because they know it's weeks before the grass is going to get cut. So I'd be happy to make a motion to understand what the process is and what we can do to speed it up.
I love it. That's
Okay.
great. So moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell, that we have staff come back with the process and a way to streamline it. And I love that idea. We're streamlining it and still giving good customer service. That's great, using technology. Great suggestion. All those in favor? That's approved. Councillor Pietrangelo? Well, I've got one item. Is there any other? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'd like to start off by congratulating and thanking Heather for this telephone list. She came up with this within a few days of the motion. We always had this before, but she's expanded on this. We have the cell numbers of most of the people that we can contact them on the weekend. I just want to say what a great job, and this is valuable information for the council and certainly I think even the staff. So
As much as Heather appreciates that, Dale was the one that did it, but it was so good hearing you serenade her. I didn't want to stop you. That was good.
Oh, I'm sorry I gave you congratulations. Yeah. Anyway, I have another situation that I just have to get clarification. Niagara Falls Tourism is no longer a responsibility financially from the city, and the accommodation committee is responsible for Niagara Falls Tourism and the Winter Festival Lights. I'm still one of the representatives on the committee. I stepped down as chairman for many reasons, but there seems to be a different atmosphere there entirely. And they're setting up the annual general meeting, and they send out information saying the people who have the opportunity to vote. And they had the mayor and they had councillor. And I said, well, there's two on from council, myself and Councillor Strange. So they said, no, we're going to have only one council. And I said, well, there's two people on the council that are on Niagara Falls Tourism. So if they're worried about having 2 or 3 votes I don't know what, you're still on there as an appointee.
I'm actually not, Councillor Broski.
Oh, you are? Well, that tells you a story right there. He hasn't been there yet. Huh? Anyway, maybe I'm wasting my time. If he's not showing up, I'll take the vote along with you. And, or what I would suggest, certainly you have enough trouble getting there with your schedule. It's legitimate. I was there and I tried to get there once in a while, but I have been there, never missed a meeting. So I would like to have the opportunity to vote, and I'm sure if you're there, you want to vote. And Councillor Dabrowski, if you're not there, he can take your vote. So can we put a resolution back to the Niagara Falls Tourism indicating that we have two votes, you and mine, or if you're not there, he has the opportunity.
So why don't we make the motion? What's up?
I thought the vote was gonna go away when we stopped funding them the money.
You
Well,
thought what?
there's still political, like, I mean, if we're, going to minister tourism and other things we can do. So, okay, so motion by council.
Well, that was suggested, and I thought that was totally inappropriate. The city has funded them for $1 million for the last, 40 years that I know. And all of a sudden, we're not important enough. We deal with the BIAs. We approve their budgets. We do all the construction work in the BIAs and the tourist areas. This year, we're giving $70,000 to the Winter Festival, not the Winter Festival Lights, New Year's Eve. So we're still a major part, and we should be actively involved in what's happening with tourism in Niagara Falls. How could we not be there? So anyway, I would make a motion that we,
So motion by Councillor Thompson that we maintain two votes, City Council maintain two votes on Niagara Falls Tourism, the Mayor and Councillor Thompson, and should one of us not be there, Councillor Dabrowski would take that second vote. Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
This is sort of in the similar line with the Hotel Association. I was wondering if there should be a council person appointed to that. And I was told for the last agreement, they didn't put that in, but maybe for the next agreement. Is that something that we've considered? I know we're not part of it, we're funding the money through, but it is part of our community and it's replacing something that we did before.
We're not funding.
we're not funding.
No, I know we're not funding them, but to be part of and aware of what's going on.
Yeah, what, I don't know, do we have any feedback from,
The bylaws suggest you have to own a hotel to be on the board, but maybe the city could buy some property.
we can buy one,
Get somebody appointed.
buy one downtown?
I don't think that's gonna work.
Yeah, so I think their idea is they wanted to be doing their own thing kind of thing, and I think I'm okay with that. What's that? No, okay, yeah. So maybe a discussion for another day. Any other new business? I had one item, if there's no other, Bill, if you don't mind just clicking on that picture on the screen, hoping to get a motion from council. Just, I'll just show you this picture. Whenever we're building sidewalks now, we put these plates. Can you see that plate there? You ever notice that the day we put them in, they're already rusty? And then they run down the sidewalk, like that one's a brand new one, just went in, look at this, look at the rust going down it. And so I was asking staff, I said, why do we do this? Well, it was a regional standard that was done 6 years ago, where all the communities got together and they decided on that standard. And I said, well, I traveled to other communities, they don't use those. I was in Toronto, you see these other ones, as a matter of fact, Niagara Falls has got one on Dunn Street that's not that. They've got a lot of other ones, they're nylon ones, vinyl ones, ones that don't rust. Now, they're there to help with people with disabilities, visual disabilities. Do you have the other one there? There's an example of one of the other kind that don't rust. And they got the same kind of nipples on the top so that you slide across, you you feel them when you get to the road if you're visually impaired. And the idea is that, and so anyway, I just asked, why do we use those other ones that rust? And there didn't seem to be a good defining. They said they're cheaper, there's a lot of availability. So why are you guys laughing over there? What's so funny? Because the nipple word? Oh, my.
What's your motions?
Mike's face is turning red.
12-year-olds over
Yeah, they're all red his face is.
I can't.
Sorry, I won't use that word. But anyway, I'm just looking for a motion to ask staff to come back and provide other options for tactile warning plates on sidewalks in Niagara Falls. Moved by Councillor Iannoni, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Thank you for that. Motion for adjournment? No, wait, we have one more. We have one more, sorry. Hold on, everybody.
I take it Sam's not coming back tonight?
No, it's gonna be Thursday at 7. I'm sorry, Councillor Coco, did you have some new business first?
I thought you were going to provide another picture tonight.
Another picture?
Yes.
Which picture, remind me?
Wayne Thompson's lifeguard.
Oh my gosh, I forgot to bring that. Thank you for the reminder. I will have it for the next meeting. Remind me, please. The picture of Councillor Thompson in his lifeguard outfit.
We're gonna use it to recruit.
Oh, this will recruit, we'll have a lineup of new lifeguards once we show that one. At least the pool's gonna be full, Councillor Thompson. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're just looking for one further motion that Niagara Falls City Council will be going into a closed meeting on Thursday, June 6th. That's this Thursday, June 6th, 2019, at 4 p.m. to consider matters that fall under Section 239 2F of the Municipal Act, which is advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege related to properties within the Niagara South Condominium number 98.
Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Iannoni. All those in favor? We're approved. Okay, motion for adjournment. Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? And we're adjourned.